This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
I decided to come on just slightly early and try to be clinically. Good evening, welcome to day 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Fortunately for us, this one has not dragged the way the RNC did. Like, the third day of the RNC, I do believe that, like, my spirit had been broken. And I was... Titty slap! And I was dreading third night of coverage. Tonight, like, I'm kind of surprised it's already Wednesday. We're almost done with this shit. So, hey. Flash. It does keep going late. I will point out, though, both the RNC and the DNC were in the Central Time Zone. So, does make things a little bit later for those of us here in the Eastern Time Zone. Clinically, thank you for the resub. Holiday, Flash, good afternoon or evening. Light one up, tip one back. The guy C-SPAN is interviewing right now said something that just, like, blew my mind. Bill Clinton tonight speaking at the DNC is the equivalent of LBJ giving a speech at the, I think he said 1996, the 1996 for Bill Clinton convention. That's wild. Grab us a, here we go, this is perfect. We're going to try to take the first round, or the last round for the hour of C-SPAN calls here. Imagine having centuries of art, music, film, and literature at your disposal, instead choosing to stare at these chodes. I did realize the kind of the hypocrisy, like, I'm a streamer. I'm a political talk, so I'm trying to make my way in this space. I also am a chode, and you'd probably do better to consume a classic work of literature or art than to consume this stupid-ass show. Titty slap!
A titty slap! What the?
Come on now.
Glitch, good evening!
Former president, this will be his 12th convention.
We're going to get ready for C-SPAN calls here. They'll be taking another one.
This third day.
Here, just a second.
And we are getting your thoughts ahead of the gavel coming down here in the Windy City. Devin in Philadelphia, Republican caller. Hi, Devin.
Hi. I'm looking at the convention. I am a Republican. I used to be a Democrat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Flash.
I look at the cities that the vice president and also the Republican vice president nominee has been traveling to, which is our city here in Philadelphia. But I think they're missing one of the biggest points. So many people that live in Philadelphia are homeless. You have over 100,000 people. Many of them are in the subways. They're at the bus stops. And I'm saying, well, we have such a major focus on Philadelphia and even Chicago. I've been to Chicago many times. They have the same issues. I think both parties need to focus on the most downtrodden people in our country and try to uplift them. And like I said, I was a Democrat. I did switch to Republican, but I think as far as the Democrats, maybe what they should consider, since President Biden left, decided not to run for re-election, he should maybe continue to pass the torch and retire and make his vice president president, which would maybe help give her a boost in this election.
All right, Devin. And the candidates are blanketing the ground in the state of Pennsylvania. It's one of the battleground states.
Aristotle was the OG.
Ticket. They are there.
Socrates, Plato was the student of Socrates, so a lot of Plato's works are.
Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Welch.
Socrates was illiterate. A lot of Plato's works are actually recording
the
life of Socrates.
Over the next 7
him being a fucking badass.
November. The other
That's why I'm a fan of Plato.
Wisconsin, you've got the Sun Belt states of Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, all of those states in play and the ones to watch as we approach Election Day.
Flash, are you doing this on purpose? You know my cat's name is Socrates, right?
Officially accepting the nomination speech. It's an
I'm wearing the
introduction
shirt.
for him to the voters across the nation. People inside this arena, they support the ticket. They need to talk to the people outside of this arena. Take a look at a recent poll that was done on the running mates in this 2024 election cycle. This is from the Associated Press's poll.
Oh yeah, Plato.
Favorable and unfavorable rating.
How you been, Glitch?
For favorable.
Light one up, tip one back with us.
Favorable rating 37%, while J.D. Vance is at 27%. Now, this was done after the Republican National Convention and before the Democrats.
Right at the end of the stream last night,
Those that
Snicks
said they don't know enough.
redeemed Justin Takes a Shot.
Said they don't know enough.
I ignored it.
Governor
I
Wolf,
kind of feel bad about
said the same.
because I did not. One,
J.D. Vance.
maybe if I'd had some better alcohol in there, I would have done it.
32% do not have a favorable view of
But
the
I have
governor, while 44% in this poll
bottom shelf
taken in
scotch.
mid-August, beginning
That's
of
what's in my
August,
freezer right
said they do
now.
not have a favorable view of Senator Vance.
Producer put it in a jar and labeled it
Try
piss.
to caller.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Democrat.
Good.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
just
been
wanted
watching
to
the?
say- Oh, yes, ma'am, definitely.
Me?
I just
Oh my God! Look at his hat.
conventions and
Oh, Snicks was in here. I told him myself.
her to the first night, let alone the last two nights. It's just been wonderful to see, and
Good evening.
overall enjoyment. And also for the Trump Republicans and the MAGA folks disrespecting her name, if you can't say Kamala, just say Madam Vice President or Miss Harris. The only Kamala I ever heard of was a Ugandan giant.
Sugar Bear Harris.
And lastly, why is there an electoral college instead of just a popular vote? It's like votes in certain states don't even count.
Slavery.
I mean, only electoral
Short
college
answer.
decides the
Oh, I said that you redeemed Justin Takes a Shot,
Trump.
and I feel bad because I ignored it because the only thing I had in there
That's insane.
was bottom shelf scotch,
That's right.
and I
Caller.
really didn't want to
Number
drink
you
it.
need the magic number 270. Text messages. Liz from North Carolina. People are worried about the economy, she says. Inflation is real and painful. But I know even if the interest rates go back to zero, prices.
I didn't say anything you need to worry about.
Stay the same. Gas and energy have always.
That was the problem with C-SPAN is that they keep putting everything on the left, and my camera's on the left.
Will still be struggling.
I moved it the other day.
Jersey. The first two nights of the convention have
But if
been.
I move it over here,
Hear the speakers address immigration. The bulk of the campaign ads from Trump and his super
then
PAC
like my
and
it's
fear
tilted the wrong way.
immigration.
Sky Comet, good
the
evening.
main themes of the ads coming from the Trump Vance ticket. And
It
they
was
all
bothering me it sitting on the left
those
there,
7 swing states.
just because
that
it
I
was
spoke of
angled
earlier.
wrong.
Steve in San Diego, independent.
Yes, I'd like to discuss or at least make people aware of the idea of just Googling or AIing Monopoly and Kroger, that's a Kroger food store, or grain or eggs or milk,
Preach it, brother.
dairy, any commodity, and you'll see that the corporations have monopolized everything, especially Kroger Food Market, and you'll see a line from stores they've bought for years, and now they have the whole thing locked up, and because they have that all the stores, you might be thinking you're going to a separate store, but you're buying products that are all under one name, and so they don't have any
So, Steve,
competition.
Let me ask you then, are you in favor of what you've heard from the Harris-Walz campaign of some sort of cap on grocery prices, on food prices? Republicans have been critical of that type of proposal.
Yeah, why?
Labeling it as communism.
Because they don't know what communism is.
Well, I'm in favor of not not price controls, but I would be in favor of using monopoly-busting tactics that the government has, the FTC, in breaking up these food
Yes,
corporations,
that too.
so that you have competition. If you don't have competition,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you need competition.
Understood. That was Steve in San Diego. More calls coming up. But first, around 15,000 members of the news media are expected this week in Chicago to cover this.
Exactly, Flash. It's not enough to just break up monopolies. That's part of it. That's one of many steps we need to take to remedy the situation.
Sort of the nerve center for all the broadcasters.
As the world's media descends on Chicago for the Democratic National Convention,
on duty.
Take you behind the scenes to show how some of the 15,000
on duty
are working to cover the convention. This is the Media Pavilion just outside the United Center. It's a 60,000 square foot tent structure, larger than a football field, where news outlets have reserved.
If you have to take a Sean duty, I have some advice for you.
Associated Press, Reuters, USA Today, The Wall Street Journal, Eurovision, and C-SPAN.
We need a maximum wage.
It's primarily used as a workspace/office area as opposed to a space for broadcasting.
Shouldn't be able to make more than $1 million in a year.
Pavilion are a slew of food trucks. Unsurprisingly, the longest line is for the coffee truck. And of course, there are also bathrooms and porta pots. Right next to the Media Pavilion are the network compounds for ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and CNN. It includes heavy...
I know, that's probably drastic for where we're at with...
satellite trucks to beam the signal out.
I thought about it there for a second. I was like, holy shit, $1 million is not a lot
The United States.
anymore with where we're at with
This year there are more
the value of the dollar.
Space, ranging from radio...
Shouldn't be allowed to make more than $10 million in a year. How about that?
And being that this is the United Center, home to the Chicago Bulls, the atrium features a bronze statue of the legendary Michael Jordan, who won 6 NBA championships with the team. And of course, there are plenty of cameras and stand-up spots in the arena where the main speeches are taking place. About a dozen media outlets also have spaces in the skyboxes where they can broadcast live before, during, and after the convention. There are also writing press stands in the upper levels of the arena, which includes desk positions with...
All right, I got the thumbs up from the chat. 10 million.
And in the lower level, just off the floor, there's a space for social media influencers to watch the convention and create their content for their millions of followers on social media.
I thought that like Roman Reigns is making like $3 million a year.
Look at Media Row here in Chicago at the convention site, the United Center in the Windy City, and that is Media Row that you were just looking at, live shot with one of our cameras here inside of the United Center. Going down the hallway, around the perimeter.
Not that country, good evening.
That's where our cameras are, and our cameras are inside as well. As we will bring
fucking that kind of revenue between two corporations, absolutely insane.
When they get underway around 6:30 p.m.
I told some dude that corporations shouldn't exist, and he said, "Where will people work? Where will people buy goods?"
Yeah. How you doing?
How you doing?
Well, Don. Have you been watching this week?
Yes, I have. And actually, even though I'm a Republican and from a Republican,
Pete Gates, did I tell you good evening?
The enthusiasm and the love that I'm seeing at the DNC. However, on a realistic basis, they haven't really done much for the country in the past 3.5 years. When Trump was in office, he did a lot for the country. I was making more money. I was able to save money. There wasn't no inflation. Lower gas prices. I don't like his attitude, but I did like the job he did, and I think he'd do a good job again. But however, I love the love that I'm seeing of the Democrats, and I wish that both aisles could come together, and whoever's got the better idea that's best for the American people, that they would go with it instead of all this.
All right, Don.
In 2017, 2018, 2019, they were good years economically. Thanks, Obama.
For the Republicans in Milwaukee, the people that come and descend on these cities for these 4 days.
Imagine what it could have been like if we'd had an actual progressive.
Lawmakers, supporters.
That's the problem with the low information voters.
On their party ticket, and
they can't comprehend the
every 4 years. Sharon in California, Democratic caller. Sharon, have you been watching this week?
I have, and I love what I'm seeing. It's been a great time. I want the Democrats to focus.
Ragnitz, yes, apparently tomorrow, Friday.
More.
Kennedy is dropping out.
What this project is planning to do to this country, we will lose democracy. When we wake up the day after the election, and if Trump is in office, it will be the saddest day for our country. Democracy as we know it will no longer be here. The plan is awful. Ending no-fault divorce. Can you believe it? Cutting Social Security, Medicare, banning contraceptives. Why? Do we all have to have babies now? Ending the Affordable Care Act. All of these things hurt poor and disadvantaged people. It feels like the Republican Party and the people that are part of Project 2025 hate.
He has endorsed Trump? I thought that was happening on Friday.
This is hate.
I thought the announcement was coming on Friday and he was going to be rallying with Trump.
Cutting Social Security. Do you know the number of elderly people who live on Social Security? What then? We just let them die? It's awful. I could care less if the heck.
Okay, yeah, they're planning to. He's planning to drop out and endorse Trump on Friday.
For that person, we've got to stop.
Sharon's thoughts there in California. Democratic caller. Let's go back down to the convention floor. Susan Swain.
Thank you very much, Greta. We are right by the very large California delegation.
If all the betting sites are going back to Trump, I'll put you some money on Harris and make some money.
Also on the executive committee of the Democratic National Committee, and thank you for spending some time with us.
I mean, I'm of no illusion
Speaker,
that Trump has a chance.
I'm so happy.
But I think the odds are in Harris's favor.
Being a Californian and a longtime admirer and friend of Kamala Harris, I also helped Tim Walz in his first campaign for Congress in 2006 when the Cook Report said solid Republican and Washington said he could never be hired. So the Minnesota delegation let me have one of these Tim Walz heads that we'll be holding up later. So
the reason that you
well, that's the reason why he's dropping out is because
campaign
he's not hurting the Democrats.
Democratic candidates for a long time. What did you see in him?
And he's running out of money.
Well, I wouldn't say I mentored him because Tim's the mentor, but I did help him. We call them campaign boot camps, and we did.
In case you can't tell, this is Nancy Pelosi's daughter.
Democratic campaign skills, and in particular with Tim.
I believe
two things. In Tim and Gwen, we saw
she is a Pelosi.
Wanted to reform No Child Left Behind. Now remember, this is 2005.
I guess she could be like a niece or something.
And accomplishments, but
yes, apparently he was addicted to Dreamcast. Once again, based in exchange Tim Walz.
Well, they were doing all the testing and
the points that's going to win him with nerds.
Saying, hey, wait a second.
Because that's like the hipster console. You were into Dreamcast?
And we want to have representation in Washington that's going to say, let this make classrooms more equitable and fair places to be. And they were saying it as good teachers, not as teachers whose students were doing poorly, and it was sort of, this is our excuse.
I didn't have one. There are games I want to play. What was it, that Knights or something like that? Looked really cool.
Veterans held him. And so I told him, look, there's two things.
I was PlayStation,
but you don't have,
but I got to admit, the Dreamcast had some good shit going for it.
Go on like Matlock or Murder, She Wrote, get on one of those shows where the people are actually going to watch the ads and they'll like you, and do $2,000, maybe $10,000 ad buys.
I think it's a pretty bad decision. Well, first of all, Sega is still in business.
But now switch.
You should know this as the gamer that you are. Oh, you are no longer a console maker. Okay.
He said, oh, I've got a farmer I can use. I said, great.
Your comment went by. It went by really fast. I had to scroll back up.
To vouch for you. Get your students to go tell people what a good educator and trusted person you are. And he did this ad where it was Friday Night Lights.
I haven't seen any flaws.
But he was in
a comment. Now, apparently the new attack from the right.
This stadium has 3.
He's never actually said.
In front of a football team.
I don't believe that his wife conceived with IVF, but like.
They represent.
He's talked about how IVF is important because of his journey with his wife. They use some other type of fertility.
and it was so powerful and so amazing. And so he did those little ad buys that created great buzz, and people started to become attracted to him. The unions were already there, but
I don't think he ever came out and said like we used IVF or anything. Like he's always
into solid.
It's a issue for us because of our
to do tonight.
He
blah blah
needs to
blah.
tell us exactly who he is. He needs to tell us why his call to service as a teacher.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a difference.
To the military, called him to serve. He needs to tell us why he was a teacher, how he managed to be such an open person and be the same
intrauterine insemination or IUI. Okay.
Or congressman or governor, and he needs to tell.
That's like using a
it is
turkey baster, right? Shooting the cum in.
Harris, be the commander.
In vitro's where they take the eggs out and fertilize them.
Confident that Americans are going to see in Tim Walz what Minnesotans have seen for decades, and that's a talented, all-American voice of the heartland and soul of our country.
Another important speaker tonight is your mother, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. Can you give us a preview?
She let out dangerous criminals while also locking up too many people. The right has no fucking attacks.
Say
it's
this.
insane.
No one has worked harder to throw a punch and take the punch for the children and for our democracy than Nancy Pelosi. And her entire career has been
Trump, a convicted felon, claims Kamala Harris, a prosecutor who locked up criminals, doesn't support law and order.
That on January 6th, I had texted her. I didn't know where she was. Obviously, I was watching from home in San Francisco. But I texted her and I said, you ought to go in there, do the Pledge of Allegiance, and say that they can't overturn our temple.
I heard she's always been black because she was listening to Tupac and Snoop Dogg smoking weed in college.
She said, I'm not going to start over. I'm not starting this meeting over. I'm finishing the certification. And then, yes, there will be consequences.
All right, chat, don't let me break out the bong.
On January,
I need to have weed left.
The horrors of January 6th is something that I think
for Harris's speech tomorrow night.
Tonight,
if I break out the bong tonight, I'm gonna blow through all my green and not make it to Friday.
Generation of leaders in the House to become Speaker.
Also, Fridays when I'm gonna order groceries. I was getting ready to pack another bowl.
Analysis are written of this summer.
I didn't realize I didn't have any sugar. I'm drinking water. I don't have tea.
Be the verdict on her role.
I even made a pot of tea, brewed tea, and went over and was like, "Ah, fuck!"
Did an amazing act of self.
And then sat here was like, "Do I want to walk to the dollar store and get a bag of sugar?"
Nancy Pelosi both helped elect Kamala Harris.
And the answer was no. I was too lazy to walk to the dollar store and get a bag of sugar.
Yes, the first woman of color to the presidency.
Last question for you. You were a prosecutor yourself in San Francisco. Did you work with her, and what can you tell us about how you observed her work style in that period?
I met Kamala Harris when I was a law student. She went to my law school a few years ahead of me. And
I could break out the bong if I pack it with
public service.
My gunk.
The city attorney's office. And when I was switching over to criminal justice.
Guy Comment, I know you're up north, but I am absolutely from the South.
I was wondering how I could be most effective for kids. I was on the board.
There's only one way we drink tea.
But should I be a public defender? Should I be a prosecutor? Should I be in the advocacy space?
It even sounds like Nancy.
This book called The Artist's Way, and she said, read it, find your path, but if you want to be a prosecutor...
Like the same cadence and everything.
So I went and I did that, and then about a year later, she came to the city attorney, to San Francisco from Alameda, and she ran the career criminal unit, and she had a case very early on. She had a trial against a very, very famous...
Milk and tea's all right, especially if you're drinking like an Earl Grey.
She really had what my father...
Some sort of breakfast tea.
Stuff. And she not only won every verdict...
You're not putting that in like Lipton or Louisiana or some shit like that.
Respect with her caring, her empathy.
Then you might be a psycho.
Prosecution. So we prosecuted together.
Gremlin.
Then I went off to the Clinton-Gore administration. I've seen her in the courtroom. I've seen her in the political space. We all saw her with taking vulnerable victims and uplifting.
Thai tea is so good
witnesses
until it gets cold.
And I think that Harris, who
warm,
forget,
Like, when chai tea is hot, it is so fucking good. But, like, if you let it sit for 20 minutes and you come back and take a sip of that shit, ugh.
That has happened to them, and the strength that she's given to these victims, the healing circles that she did for families.
I'm a tea snob.
Violence, even homicide. I think that empathy is what's going to come through to the country, and I couldn't be happier.
Lucky, I'm glad you came out for the tea conversation. Lenny. Sending greetings from the Smokies up to Boston.
Operative in California and national politics. Her mother will speak tonight, the former Speaker of the House. And speculation that Christine Pelosi could...
What do you mean by American tea? We were naming like different... I just even named Earl Grey. That's a British tea.
Is running for another term.
It is, isn't it?
Congress.
What should be like Irish or something?
Address tonight will be one of his few with a teleprompter.
Chamomile is a little too mellow for me.
Speech
I like something with a little more punch.
Reported that the primetime keynote will be one of the few chances the two-term governor will get to
fair enough, Flash.
To millions of voters before Election Day. The shift from Minnesota to the national stage represents a big step for Walz, who told Harris's vetting team,
Yorba mate at the Monet for me. I know.
Now, since then,
those words.
Campaign trail, and he's used a teleprompter for those rallies.
Lap saying, Soshan, I don't know those words.
Paula in Herrick, Illinois.
What up, Paula?
Paula, we have a few minutes left here before we're going to bring you down inside of the United Center to the convention floor for tonight's proceedings.
Okay. My husband and I would love to be Republicans, but we be independent because of the current situation. And we were probably double haters at one point until Harris came on board. And we are super excited and think that the joy that has come in with her to the party and to the country is wonderful. Only thing I'd really like to hear people address is maybe the farm economy a little bit better. The agricultural right now is kind of rough. Commodity prices are poor. And the ag bill has not gotten through the current Congress. And what the future administrations have to realize that relationships with foreign countries is very important for the farm industry as far as selling and buying different things. So if they would address that and say what their idea for the farm and ag future is, would be interesting to see what their take on it is.
Get licorice root.
And you, with the governor, Tim Walz, being from Minnesota, that could be a possibility that he would talk about
what is licorice root? The first time I've ever heard that.
Tonight, we will see how long he speaks. We're expecting his remarks to...
I don't believe Sky Comet drinks, so I'm sure you could take her recipe, add whiskey.
Of previous Democratic vice presidential nominees, when the current...
Do I have that right, Sky Comet? But the recipe will go great with whiskey.
VP nomination back in 2020, she spoke for just a little over 19 minutes. Tim Kaine back in 2016, when he was Hillary Clinton's running mate, spoke for almost 30 minutes. Joe Biden,
John Edwards, yeah, I forgot about that dude.
Running mate and current vice and then vice president, I should say.
I usually don't drink a lot of caffeine, Lucky, and I'm not a very big alcoholic drinker.
He spoke for 22 minutes and change back in 2008.
Most of the time, I'm drinking a raspberry herbal tea that has no caffeine. I do drink coffee of a morning, though.
So we will update that graphic after tonight's remarks by the vice presidential Democratic nominee, Tim Walz. When
I'm there with you, Lucky.
Later this evening. DJ Judd reporting earlier.
DJ Dub.
Stevie Wonder was doing.
DJ Dub has not reported in yet.
In Chicago, ahead of night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. So we'll see if we get a performance.
Flash.
Stevie Wonder tonight as well. Logan, Cary, North Carolina.
Stevie Wonder possibly doing a set tonight.
Doing today.
DJ Dub will be here.
So I'm a registered Democrat. I voted for Miss Clinton 2016. I voted for Joe in 2020. But reluctantly, I feel inclined that I need to vote for Trump this upcoming election. And I've heard a lot of the callers talk about how joyful and peaceful the convention has been so far in the DNC, but I've been watching the same thing, and I haven't felt the entire focus has been solely on Trump, getting him out. And the most disheartening thing I feel like I've seen with all this talk about Trump is that not a single speaker that I've noticed has denounced or talked at all about him almost getting assassinated. And they talked about political violence. Joe Biden did the first night. But, you know, not a single person has brought up that the opposing candidate almost died.
Okay.
It's a serious thing to kind of leave the door open. You're allowing a very unprecedented thing kind of creep out, and it's just not a good look. I think that if you're saying you want to condemn political violence, you need to do that at all sections of it. And it just feels like they're...
Why do right-wingers always want to tell Democrats how to behave?
To hear right now, the country doesn't need to hear about how much they hate Trump and they need Trump out. They need to hear what the plan is going forward, because the plan barely a month ago was...
Bipper Tag, good evening.
Logan, that was Logan in Cary, North Carolina. We're going to leave it there for our last right now. We'll pick up with more of your...
I constantly get these right-wingers that are like, well, it's your responsibility to reach out to the right and de-radicalize them. The left is causing the right to be more radical. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? Why is it my responsibility how they behave? The party of personal responsibility, by the way, they say.
Go download our free C-SPAN Now app. And if you miss anything, it's always online, on demand at cspan.org. Live coverage.
It would not shock me that they bring out Beyonce.
You're on C-SPAN.
If I was a strategist, if I was campaign manager, whatever, I would say save Beyonce. Because Beyonce probably going to do a rally with her at some point in time. Save that for, middle October. Fill a goddamn arena.
Please take your seats.
Shatter Obama's record. I'm sorry, not fill an arena. Fill a stadium. But hey, we surprise got Little John last night. I would pop if Beyonce comes out during the convention. Would you, Lucky? You a Beyonce fan? And I think Harris made an excellent choice with the song she's using. Is Freedom the name of it? Is it off the new album? It's off the last album, right? It's not off the new country album. I get confused. I'm not the biggest Beyonce fan. But I really liked the one that had Lemonade and Formation. What was the name of that one? Really liked that album. It's really fucking good. That song about her dad. That's probably my favorite Beyonce album. Listen to the country one. I really like, I think the song was called Bodyguard. Really liked that one. The rest of the album, just not my style. Princess Kimberly, good evening.
I think what's interesting about leadership is
just not a country kind of guy. That's also, I'm a Post Malone fan. Apparently he's dropped a new album that's country. Oh, do you want me to show it? Do you want me to show it? Has everybody seen this? It is beyond stupid. I believe this was last night. It might have been night one, but I believe because it's been going around today that it was last night. I give you, ladies and gentlemen, a man that once called me
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
in a disguise at the DNC.
And she was effective in getting things done. One of the things she pushed, which we succeeded in, was $35 insulin for senior citizens. Now we're going to get it for everybody.
What's your response when Trump takes credit of that?
Trump takes credit for so many things he doesn't do and gets the blame for a lot of things he does do. He's lost his bearings, as we can see, day by day.
Senator Chuck Schumer, I know you've got a lot to do on the convention floor. Thank you for taking the time to talk.
He just keeps walking back and forth the whole time.
I interrupted you. He takes a cheap shot and then he worked with all kinds of people, and she was effective in getting things done. One of the things she
I have not seen Mike Pillow. Has everybody seen Charlie Kirk? Because Charlie Kirk's
takes credit of that.
Charlie Kirk's video is also fucking hilarious.
And gets the blame for a lot of things he does do. He's lost his bearings, as we can see, day by day.
Senator Chuck Schumer.
You know who else has lost their bearings? Matt Walsh. Apparently, I believe he's there filming something for his racism movie. Okay, here is as long as we're doing Republicans at the DNC time, this is I'm just going down the list as I got them. Here is Byron Donalds.
I'm here at the DNC. Is this Mr. Fascist Byron Donalds? In the flesh? What the? I'm here at the DNC. Is this Mr. Fascist Byron Donalds? In the flesh?
Oh God. Doing his black job and exposing Byron Donalds. Oh fucking shit. Find you some Charlie Kirk here.
Oh yeah, now we talking.
This isn't even the clip I've seen. Apparently he's getting owned by more than one person at the DNC. I did not see Pickles, luckily. Here he's getting owned by a kid. Here's Charlie Kirk.
I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
Who's that?
I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here.
Now you gotta figure it out. I wouldn't even be here. Anonymously, good evening. Owned by a kid. Here is the clip I saw.
Because we have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in the state of Georgia.
What's your name? You said Parker?
My name's Parker. We have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia that approved our elections, and Donald Trump said that wasn't constitutional.
Relax.
Donald Trump tried to undermine our Constitution.
You're at 10. I just walked in. I'm here to just learn.
Hey, you're an anti-patriotic, anti-constitutional person crashing our party because you tried to stop our democracy.
I got one question.
Donald Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and told him to find him some votes.
What is a woman?
Oh my God. That is so fucking weird, y'all. Maybe you should meet one.
Oh! Yeah, he was grinning like he had him. He was grinning like he had him. Torchy, yes, you did miss something. If you... Sparkles, good evening. We go back to, you have to see Matt Walsh before we move on. This fucking creepy, weird motherfucker. Just not a good showing for Republicans
In getting things done.
at the DNC. DJ Dub, you got shouted out at the DNC earlier.
For our senior citizens, now we're going to get it for everybody.
What's your response when Trump takes credit of that?
Trump takes credit for so many things he doesn't do and gets the blame for a lot of things he does do. He's lost his bearings, as we can see, day by day.
Senator Chuck Schumer, I know you've got a lot to do on the convention floor. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Great to see you.
Anderson, back to you.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Scott. I interrupted you.
Matt Walsh just walking back and forth.
Kinds of people, and she was effective in getting things done.
Yes, he has a white dudes for Harris shirt on.
Insulin for our senior citizens. Now we're going to get it for everybody.
What's your response when Trump takes credit of that?
Trump takes credit for so many things he doesn't do and gets the blame for a lot of things he does do. He's
Justin
lost his
Freakin,
bearings,
a
as we
formidable
can
voice
see,
in the
day
culture.
by day.
Senator Chuck Schumer, I know you've got a lot to do.
Japanese oil treatment. That sounds fun. All right, get started over here at the DNC. Sparkles.
All right.
Give Cory Booker what for?
Session of the 49th quadrennial
Tell everyone why they should hate this motherfucker.
of the Democratic Party will now come to order. Let's party with a purpose.
Please welcome Priest Sri Rakesh Bhatt and Bishop Leah Daughtry.
Are you still on the Mindy bandwagon? I heard that Scooby show was abysmal. Mindy do know we're on because she wrote many of the episodes of your favorite show. One of your favorite shows.
We should be in unison.
Squeaks like a dog toy. I love it.
Find things together. Let our hearts beat as one. All for the betterment of society.
Gosh.
May this make us powerful so we can unite and make our nation proud. Paraspara vivadetu vayam panchashatanchate anyai saha vivadetu vayam panchottaram shatam. Even if we have differences, when it comes to the nation, we have to be united. And it moves us towards justice for all. We are one universal family.
And justice for all. Video scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Asotoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrutyorma astamgamaya. Truth is our foundation and always prevails.
This is the Vishnu temple.
From
Sir Rakesh.
To the
I missed the rest of his name. I'm sorry.
Death to immortality.
Sir Rakesh Bhatt. Of the Sir Sivi Vishnu temple. I believe next we have a Southern Baptist.
In the book of Isaiah 58 and 12, some of you will rebuild the ancient.
No, she seemed Methodist.
You will restore the foundations laid long ago. You shall be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of streets.
So like a Baptist, be a little more fun.
Let us pray. O God, creator of heaven and earth.
They've not faunted her yet.
Lover of peace, freedom, and justice. We thank you for this privilege and this opportunity to gather today for the important work of visioning our nation's future. We gather at a critical time in our nation when we are at the crossroads of hopelessness and hopefulness, when the forces of good and evil so plainly battle.
Dear Satan, please keep sticking up for us. Thanks, GG. You demand.
Up is called down and
Amen.
is called up, when fake is called fact and fact is called fake. When it seems truth forever on the scaffold and wrong forever on the throne. And yet, even in the midst of this chaos and confusion,
I wish.
we see now a light on the horizon, and we are grateful. Grateful for hope.
Not have Christianity shoved in our faces for just one day. Just one day.
To this moment, to march together toward the light.
This is Reverend Leah Daughtry.
One voice in one fight to move our nation away from division and despair and forward toward its highest ideals. As we gather today,
But Reverend would mean she's not Baptist. I was correct about that. After she started speaking, I was like, no, you're not Baptist.
for divine guidance to help us remember our calling, to serve the least, the last, and the lost, the left out, the
House of the Lord Church.
behind, to be their voice, to be their hope, to be their strength, to be their light, to fight for them with courage and compassion, for them and for ourselves, for the work that must be done,
They are Pentecostal.
must be built, for the walls that must be destroyed, for the children who must be saved, for the doors that must be opened, for the sick who
Please don't speak in tongues.
the last.
Fox, good evening.
We ask for strength for the journey, clarity of thought, sharpness of vision, singleness of purpose, and the courage of our convictions to make the promise of America the practice of America. And may we build the old waste places. May we raise up the foundations of our future so that in generations to come,
Bring out Lil Jon again.
the repairers of the breach and the restorers of streets.
What's a sawdust revival?
Because we ask it in your name, we declare that it is so, and all of God's
A
children.
place that doesn't have a floor, it just has... I was wondering what you guys were... I was like, did I miss something?
Arts and
Oh, I just mentioned Little John, that's what...
and fourth graders to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
This is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome 2019 Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Jess Davis, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight?
No, she can be good. Come on, clinically.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perils.
Oh, shut up, Amy.
Or the ramparts we
I think you had already, it was getting late, Scott comment.
gallantly streaming, and the rockets red and glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
For the land.
free and the home of the brave.
Yeah, she was good. Song sucks. She was good. USA, USA. You want to do the real pledge? Real fast before we get this shindig started, let's do the real pledge. What everybody deserves.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Thank you very, very much for letting us little kids live here. It really, really was nice of you. You didn't have to do it. And it's really not freaky to have little kids mindlessly recite this anthem every day and pledge their life to a government before they're old enough to really think about what they're saying. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is really the greatest country in the whole world. All the other countries suck. And if this country ever goes to war, as it often wants to do, I promise to help go and kill all the other countries' kids. God bless Johnson & Johnson. God bless GE. God bless Citigroup. Amen.
Very good, kids. Now come and get your Ritalin.
Our second resolution thanks the first responders who are working to protect every citizen and visitor of the Windy City.
Highly recommend Whitest Kids You Know.
Our third and final resolution.
Highly recommend anything Trevor Moore has ever done.
It's 14 U.S. representatives and Senators Durbin and Duckworth for their continual support of the convention. We move that the convention approve these honorary resolutions.
And the cops held a press conference this afternoon. Oh, this is Party Chair Jamie Harrison.
All in favor, please say aye.
The cops held a press conference this afternoon to be like, enough is enough. We've had enough of the violence. When we watched it last night, it was the cops doing all the violence. I did not see a single incident where a protester
Tonight 3. And
was doing anything wrong.
About freedom. But first, I want to acknowledge.
Speaking of which, I need to get the protest up, don't I?
A man who always fought for freedom. Today, we lost Congressman Bill Pascrell, who passed away.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I forgot all about that.
Now, he's a Jersey legend. He is a powerful pugilist, a prince of Paterson. He served.
A powerful pugilist.
He served as our mayor, and for 27 years, he served in Congress. He never forgot where he came from in Paterson, and he never stopped.
Opposing genocide is wrong in America. Yemeni Pack.
Fought for the people.
Yes.
And so today,
Lord.
Broken, we all are a people who can hold loss and joy in our hearts because we are sad for his loss, but we celebrate his life. Let's give him a round of applause. And now,
I think he's using it as a fighter, but a pugilist is a specific type of boxing, right?
Champions for fighting for reproductive freedom.
It's not technically the correct terminology.
Don't know why, but I feel like
It specifically means fighting with one's fist.
Former President Trump
The noble art.
restricting abortion access and putting women's lives at risk.
The government should not have a say on if a woman can choose to have an abortion.
As a woman who has personally experienced the life-saving benefits of abortion, I know firsthand how important it is.
I want to make sure that access to contraception is not only available, but expanded, and that every person has the right to choose when, where, how, and if they want to start a family.
To limit everywhere, it's your body. Don't put someone in office who only wants to control it.
This election is about our health care, our rights, and our
Not high enough for this shit.
stand together and vote for a better future.
My body, my right. Please vote for.
You guys rather hear this, I'm sure.
Martin Luther King said, the three evils of society are racism, materialism, and militarism. These three evils of society did not take break when Martin Luther King was killed. These three evils of society did not take
I'd say he's probably having a issue with service, or they are probably having an issue with service. There's more than just like the main dude at Unicorn Riot.
Hampton was killed in Chicago. They're still with us today.
Kentucky, Michigan, Montana, Ohio, and Vermont.
Really, Flash?
Voters sent a message.
What the fuck is wrong with Jill Stein?
We're gonna come roaring back. And it's
Look at that hat.
like every day, another state
Warlord's right. That hat was
on
based.
the list. So let's hear it for Arizona, and Montana. The latest states to announce that
Like, I want to respect Jill Stein, but she makes it hard.
because voters who support reproductive freedom, we're not the minority, we're the majority.
Because you can get Jill Stein on certain topics, get Jill Stein started, and Jill Stein's amazed. You'd be like, I love this woman.
And if there are two people
And then
who should
don't
understand
talk about other things.
that Americans' private lives are none of anybody's business, is Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Jill Stein makes Justin hard, indeed. No, Cicero,
Turning Roe v. Wade.
I don't like short hair.
If you want to know,
I hate that I don't like short hair
Google Project 2025.
because, like, I don't want to say to a woman, like, no, I don't find you attractive anymore now that you have short hair. Like, my dick ain't gonna get hard with you with a pixie cut. I'm sorry.
Freedom.
And I hate that it's that way. I like me better with long hair. I like everybody better with long hair.
Do we want a president who said women should be punished for having abortions? Or a president who trusts
Jesse Ventura is a man you can vote for.
a vice president who voted against?
It's like, imagine being in a relationship and girlfriend cuts her hair, like, bodily autonomy. I still love you as a person, but, like,
a president
I don't find
creates
ladies with short hair attractive.
or a president who will fix it.
I don't find, once again, I don't find me attractive with short hair.
This election will decide America's future.
Take that pixie cut slander out of
Kamala
here.
Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you.
They never faunted her. I don't know who she is. I feel bad. I didn't tell you who she was.
Please welcome President and CEO of Planned Parenthood, Alexis.
It's getting there clinically. The Christmas time, I'm looking forward to it.
Last summer,
I don't think she's attractive with short. No, I don't find anybody attractive with short hair.
realized that she was pregnant and didn't want to be.
About ugly.
But Georgia bans abortion after 6 weeks. So she drove to South Carolina, but arrived the day that their 6-week ban went into effect. She went back home and then went to Florida. But she arrived just days when she was too late under their ban.
Tony Braxton looks way better with long hair.
All the way to California to get an abortion. Now remember, each time she had to get the money up, she had to miss work, she had to find childcare. Now imagine if this was an emergency situation. In Texas, doctors who have feared going to jail have sent patients to wait in hospital parking lots rather than provide.
I don't think I could find Kris Jenner attractive at all, Sparkles. But that's just another point against the Pixie, right?
We cannot call ourselves a free nation when women are not free. More than 1 in 3 women and nearly half.
I love the smiley face in the middle of all the cancel Justins.
Donald Trump wants women to be less free and pregnancy to be more dangerous. But I'm here to tell you, in no way.
More fun when it's a little dangerous, right?
Trump and J.D. Vance more qualified than doctors and women to make these decisions. We deserve.
No, the idea of pregnancy scares the hell out of me. Can't imagine what women go through.
We trust doctors. And we trust Kamala Harris.
Leaping and huffing on a moon dragon. Moon dragon, moon dragon.
Ballot, and come November 5th, we will decide this election.
I popped one of you. One of you is a goddamn Yusuf Islam fan and enjoyed my little rendition.
To punish women. And as a result of his actions today in America,
Not a one of you. Nobody knew it.
3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion.
Warlord.
1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s.
It absolutely is a major medical undertaking.
Right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump, and
I didn't clinically got it.
Freedoms. We're not going.
Somebody came through for it. I was like, somebody recognized it.
Please welcome former president of Planned Parenthood, Cecile Richards.
Nothing has caught me the way his old shit does. And not even his first album's kind of trash.
These last few
It took him a couple albums where he really caught his groove.
of women, from cheering on Team USA to supporting Kamala Harris for president.
I can't do no Sky Comment. I get the willies about any kind of medical thing. And yeah, Unicorn Ride is having a really hard time.
Are free to make their own decisions about their lives and to follow our dreams. We are unstoppable.
I've got to wonder if the cops are doing something.
Roe versus Wade was overturned. A generation of young people lost that freedom. Like Ashley, a 12-year-old.
Status Quo has counter programming on. They've got Jill Stein and shit.
Abortion ban. She started 7th grade with a newborn.
And Donzinger, I'd love to hear from Donzinger.
Republican promise of states' rights. Last year, I became a grandmother.
I don't like to be conspiratorial.
And during my daughter's pregnancy, nothing mattered more to me than her health. Politics.
I wonder if the cops are using some sort of
way of anyone's health
blocker
or prevent any family from experiencing the joy my grandson Teddy has brought to my life.
Teddy.
One day, our children and grandchildren may ask us, when it was all on the line, what did you do? And the only acceptable answer is everything we could. This is our time. This is our time. So let's go elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Don't know why, but I feel like
Do you really want Jill Stein?
We were so lucky. We got to be the first couple married in California.
This was from like an hour ago at the protest.
He is trying to do that right now, and the U.S. has allowed him to conduct illegal, outrageous assassinations.
Yeah, this is the feed that just went down. That's why it restarted on Jill Stein.
In Syria. These are acts of war. These are the effort of Israel to drag the U.S. into a global war. And we say shame. We say shame on Bibi Netanyahu, and we say shame on the Harris-Biden administration.
They absolutely can use a cell blocker.
They have passed
Bo Machina!
Bibi Netanyahu, who is
Breaking! J.D. Vance drops out of the race to pursue his lifelong dream of becoming Emperor of the Ottoman Empire.
into a devastating global.
The good one, my friend. Welcome in.
Remember this. As Frederick Douglass said, power can.
That is Jill Stein. We'll try to get the Unicorn Riot feedback here in a second whenever they come back on.
The story of America is a story of progress towards freedom.
Too swarthy for J.D. But he's married to an Indian woman.
Enslaved in Mississippi to being the first free black family in Muscatine, Iowa. To now preparing to.
Did you get auto-modded? Hold on.
Harris. Progress is happening, my friends. The 20-plus.
I don't have Twitch up. I'm sorry.
Americans are living proof of it. We are your friends and your neighbors, your classmates and your family. Like Daniel, a trans kid in Tucson who's going to his very first prom.
Oh, maybe you meant auto-mod is the...
From San Antonio, who sacrificed in combat and then came home to battle Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
I do have helpful mods. Don't you belittle the mods I do have.
Married in California 11 years ago. In a ceremony officiated by Kamala Harris.
This is Kelly Robinson, Human Rights Campaign President.
Donald Trump wants to erase us. He would ban our health care, belittle our marriages, bury our stories, but we're not going anywhere. We are not going back. Kamala Harris.
Oh, that mod emote. That's hilarious.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they are champions for LGBTQ plus freedom, y'all. So tonight, we're fighting for lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and trans freedom without exception.
I want you guys to suck more at your job.
We're fighting for equality for all without exception. We're fighting for joy.
Hey, Warlord, that's not what Matt Ursa said.
Somebody say joy without exception. And when we fight,
I love the mod fight going on.
President of Emily's List, Jessica Mackler.
Dancing in the dark.
Donald Trump took away our rights, but he can never.
Oh yeah, Foe, thank you for being a freaking follower.
Republican attacks on abortion didn't begin with the end of Roe, and they didn't end there either.
I mean, is that song about
millions of women
masturbation?
in this country are living with the devastating consequences of Republican abortion bans. Now comes Project 2025, a blueprint for banning abortion in all 50 states. It would give extremists like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance the power to monitor.
Also, mods, don't fight with non-mods. Don't run people that could be potential viewers off.
Medication.
I'm willing to sell out. I want to get bigger.
The threat of Project 2025 is very real, but so is our ability to stop it. In 2022, Democrats didn't just run on reproductive freedom.
This is Jessica Mackler, Emily's List president.
And And in 2024, we are coming back to the polls to finish the job. In his
Like Shakira said, no fighting, hips don't lie.
that women are not without electoral.
Fill your head with your hydroponic pot.
And Donald Trump and Republicans.
That's my favorite Shakira song.
Just how true that is. The opportunity is before us. The power is in our hands, and the time is now.
Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me.
Please welcome President
Nathan!
CEO of Voto Latino.
You missed me showing all the right-wingers that showed up at the DNC beforehand. The person that sung the national anthem, she was good. Other than that, you haven't missed much of anything.
Here's a fact. When Latinos vote, Democrats win.
Did she say Latinas?
Now, not everyone believes it, so I brought receipts.
This is Maria Teresa Kumar, the Voto Latino president and CEO.
We delivered.
Fair enough, M. Lord.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Or you ask, is that supposed to be a joke? Is that a setup? How can you tell who's a right winger at the DNC convention?
We registered 23,000 voters there. They won Arizona by 10,400 votes. We registered 34,000 voters there.
I just want to point out.
We proved.
Okay, I read it right the first time. I didn't know if it was a setup for a joke.
Now, they're trying to suppress.
The Latino population tends to be conservative, though. Because that Catholicism.
And universal rights as Americans. So let me be clear.
You also get the rich Latinos who fled from communist countries.
And we are just getting started.
Hell yeah, Nathan.
Because since 2020, 4 million young Latinos have become eligible.
It wasn't a local band they were into. It was actually their demo tape. They were hoping while you play it while you drive other people around, and maybe you'll drive around a record executive.
That any time in our history.
Not a bad move on their part either.
We will prove it again. Would Latinos vote? You guys got the memo. Another fun fact. This year, more Latinos will vote than any time in our history.
Well, that's pretty true of every election, though. That's just how demographics work.
So that means, sí se puede, se está haciendo, sí se puede.
I don't know that was true once upon a time, DJ Dub.
And elect
I think that's changing.
president. Vota.
I'm not saying that like this is the election that it's changed, but I think it is changing. And I think the party is reading the winds.
My name is Scott from Tennessee. I'm a former Trump voter.
My name is Matthew. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I'm a former Trump voter.
My name is Mike. I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, and I am a former Trump voter.
The main reasons why I won't support Donald J.
See, this shit's just kind of copium for the libs.
Is chaotic behavior.
Doesn't care about me. Doesn't care about my family. Doesn't care about working people.
34 counts, felony counts that he was found guilty of. That's not who we want running our country.
Trump scares the hell out of me.
2024 will be the first time that I have not voted for a Republican.
I will be proudly voting for Kamala Harris.
God, I hate that song they use.
Please welcome New York Representative Tom Suozzi.
Bernie was very forceful about a ceasefire.
I'm Tom Suozzi.
And got a good ovation for it, too.
I flipped the seat from red to blue. My father came from Italy as a boy. He was the first kid in the neighborhood to go to college.
I glazed over on Anna Navarro. This is Tom Suozzi, representative from New York.
Was elected the youngest judge in the history of New York State. What a country. The immigrant experience, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. My family's experience, Kamala Harris's experience, the American experience. That's why...
Well, unfortunately, Bernie's not the Budget Committee chairman anymore.
...is so painful. Let's be clear.
No, he is still the Budget... Yeah, he's still the Budget Committee chairman. They still hold the Senate.
But this year, when Democrats and Republicans worked together to finally write new border laws, we were blocked. We all know who sabotaged us. We reject the divisiveness. We reject the dysfunction. We reject the deception. My Italian grandfather used to toast new couples. He'd say marriage sometime...
Israel is relatively... I kind of like... That's a tough one there. Israel's relatively safe.
You can't have the roses...
Because of all the money we give them for shit like the Iron Dome and their insane fucking military that's fascistic as fuck.
You have to
They
work...
build an entire fucking wall around the population.
the roses of life.
But I think Israel's existence makes Jews and the rest of the world less safe.
And religion. We come together tonight to celebrate our candidate, Kamala Harris, who knows America is worth it, who knows this nation, built by immigrants, is a rare and...
There's also the, you know...
And who joyfully...
The IDF will use you as a human shield. If you're a hostage, they'll kill you.
...secure our border, to treat people like human beings...
The Iron Dome's pretty effective.
...forward.
Would it be feasible to put an Iron Dome? I mean, it's not an actual dome. It's not like, you know, The Simpsons. But, like, you couldn't do it all around the United States. You could do it like the area in the Mexico border, or you could do, like, the Northeast. I didn't say their army was good. I said it was fascistic. They're brutal. They were singing along. Is this a song I should know? Exactly. We need an Iron Dome from Canada. I don't know this song. Am I supposed to know this song?
Always seems to know the way.
Wait a minute. Is my chat plotting to take over Canada? What do the Canadians think? We've got Canadians in the chat. Usually. There's Mabel and then there Hills. It wouldn't be Canada stopping us, would it? It would be... Oh, it's Bill Withers. Okay. I don't think I've heard it, though. Or that was a horrible rendition of it.
One reason here of the many of why I'm voting for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz. I want to keep what President Biden started with the infrastructure plan and getting this country moving.
Because of these,
I don't think you'd be fighting off Canada. You'd be fighting off
people like me,
the crown, wouldn't you?
Gen Zers, into work in the trades, working on electricity, carpentry, you name it.
The inflation.
That's true. They keep sending us Jordan Petersons and Steven Crowders,
or that had the
Nickelbacks
on climate change.
It's going to give us the opportunity to electrify our 7,000 square foot facility and go solar in the next 2 years.
If you invest money in infrastructure, you're investing money in the country.
Vote for Harris Walz.
Hold on. Are you guys telling me that if somebody was to invade Canada,
our country,
Britain wouldn't stick up for them?
2024.
Because I thought they still used, like, isn't the Queen or the King is on their money?
Please welcome Cincinnati Mayor Aftab Pureball.
You want to eat at a Chili's in Mexico?
Cavalier.
Why? Well, what if it's the U.S. that's invading?
Hello, my name is Aftab Pureball, and I am the first.
I don't know. Where's Warlord? Answer this.
City of Cincinnati.
Sparkles wants to go to Mexico and go to a Chili's.
Deeply in the promise of America. And when I was growing up,
This is Aftab Pureball, the mayor of Cincinnati.
taught me that when you make a promise, you keep it.
I don't know who the little dude is with next to him.
Came through my city and promised to fix the Brent Spence Bridge, which connects Ohio to Kentucky.
That's what I was wondering. This hype man?
Did what they all do. Press conference here, photo up there, but nothing changed.
Got a comment? Does he have a little person that follows him around?
Joe Biden told Cincinnatians, we're going to fix that damn bridge.
Italy?
4 months later, he signed the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Kevin Hart's distant cousin.
It gave our city the biggest infrastructure investment in history. It will stitch our...
Go to Olive Garden, Italy.
And it will fix that damn bridge once and for all.
Oh, I know Italians. They probably don't let Olive Garden in Italy. There's probably not one.
Promises, but solid progress. Not lip service, but true, honest-to-God public service. And under Kamala Harris, the progress will only continue.
I'm Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson from the
There's no Olive Garden in Italy.
Wisconsin.
There are none in Europe.
In Wisconsin, keeping promises is important. So is making.
This is the mayor of Milwaukee, Cavalier Johnson.
One of those mistakes happened 60 years ago in a neighborhood called.
My apologies for thinking it was
with
Mayor Prevel's little person that followed him around.
And then came urban renewal and the construction of interstates 94 and 43, ripping our communities apart. 6th Street was widened and people of color were displaced.
Is there a Chili's in Mexico?
Destroyed. Businesses shuttered, all for a quicker commute. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're bringing Bronzeville back.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
With more green space, bike paths, and walkable streets to serve people who actually live there. The music is coming back. The culture is coming back. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, the opportunities are coming back.
In Monterrey, Mexico City.
It's now my privilege to introduce two Milwaukeeans who know firsthand the power of reconnecting our communities.
They seem to have a lot of them, actually, in Mexico.
My name is Deanna Branch.
and I'm an advocate and mom from Milwaukee.
You go Panda Express in Beijing.
Was 2. He was hospitalized due to high levels of lead in his blood. Lead was everywhere, in our pipes, in our paint, and in our soil. President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's removing lead pipes from communities like—
I feel like you gotta go one of those shops that
as president,
Charlie and Dee went to, where the dude's like,
everyone
"We got monkey."
clean water and be
Look at you, be like, "We got panda."
free superheroes.
My name is Rashawn Spivey, the owner of—
No, Sparkles loves bear meat.
When President Biden and Vice President Harris announced their goal to replace every lead pipe in America, heroes stepped up to help make that vision a reality. We went to work replacing lead pipes that served homes and child care communities or child care centers in our communities. Since then, we've replaced more than 1,000 pipes. That was made possible thanks to Vice President Kamala Harris. And when she visited Milwaukee 2 years ago, I got to show her our work up close. Because of her leadership,
bears are cute.
My business and help kids like Aiden have safer, healthier lives.
They were gonna eat that bear. The reason he put it in Central Park as a prank is because it'd been in his car, so he couldn't eat it.
Vice President Harris came and visited my restaurant. She understands immigrant-owned businesses. She understands women-owned businesses.
She understands the important role of small businesses and sees business owners not just as the backbone of our economy, but as community leaders.
She has a proven track record of advocating for policies that support small—
So what, you want to get them right before they hibernate?
Economic equity.
The sueño
when they're the most plump.
vivo. The American dream is alive.
The last 4 years have been positive, and we've experienced growth. I am truly excited to have Kamala Harris as a presidential candidate.
In this election, we have another opportunity.
You're still not back live?
To connect and to unite under the American—
Oh, nope, yeah, we are.
President, because I believe
We just went back live.
us to a brighter future.
Mother,
He's Lisa Blunt Rochester,
Congresswoman,
representative from Delaware.
the next senator from the great state of Delaware, the proud home of President Biden. We love you, Joe. In Delaware, we know that when small businesses thrive, communities thrive. We know that
Who thought the Chamber of Commerce was a government institution?
communities are strong. When everyone has a fair shot.
Oh, now come on, DJ Dub. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Now, Democrats, we know this.
I ain't high enough for this shit.
Know it? Donald Trump. He has, with his friends, said the quiet parts out loud. But not only said them out loud, he wrote a book about it. What's it called? Project 2025. So with so much on the line, we've got to
I like her. I want her to be in the Senate.
into our greatest and
It's Delaware, so she will be.
For me, Bright Hope was the name of the church that my grandmother attended for 70 years in Philadelphia. It's not just a name. It's how I approach my life. It's how I'll lead.
It's just three catalysts in a trench coat. That's exactly what it is.
Sees the future of America.
Like the Chamber of Commerce is literally just the business leaders in a community.
Bright Hope. But if you want to see hope, just look.
It's exactly what the name says.
Record numbers of black and brown entrepreneurs starting businesses. Bright Hope
Oh, I'm so glad we're done with Biden.
Economy, where we invest in our communities and build affordable housing. Ladies and gentlemen, Bright Hope is 4 words. Madam President Kamala Harris. Are you ready for Bright Hope?
My God, I hope the Democrats have control.
Are you ready to flip the House, protect the Senate, and send Kamala to the White House? Then let's go.
I want it so bad because I want to just be pissed off at Democrats and their feckless inaction every day. I want to hear all of you bitch about how the Democrats never getting anything done. That's what I want.
Lisa Blunt Rochester, know that name. Know that name.
I want us to flip in January.
And
I guess in February, really. We'll give her the last 10 days of January. I want all of us in the chat to flip in February after we've given her a warm welcome
about the ongoing
and become completely adversarial to them.
Productive freedom. This is a fight.
You guys do that?
Every single American, no matter where you live, so-called blue states or red states.
Can we be fun, jovial, congratulatory?
Push through
February 1st.
Agenda.
Flip right around.
Project 1825. I'm sorry.
God damn it.
I roll that back. I got that wrong. Project 1925.
He did that on purpose.
I'm sorry. Project 2025. That poisonous agenda.
Fair enough, him, Lord.
Every single state will be in a state of crisis. So let's keep.
Because we have another adversary right now. That's why I can't flip.
Back.
Song is killing me.
Freedom means unity.
Caring for others.
Being able to feel safe.
My choice to vote. The freedom to read what I want to read.
Freedom. Oportunidad para todos.
I guess it was worth it for the old lady with the cat shirt.
Freedom to love.
Be who I want to be.
For all to be equal.
Live my life.
Freedom means my choice.
IBF. Union.
I was a Republican in 2000. I was just shy of being able to vote. Like 6 months or something off of being able to vote in the 2000 election. But I campaigned for George W. Bush because I was president of Young Republicans.
Please welcome New York Representative Grace Mang.
What's up, Mang?
Generations of women fought for our rights.
I was definitely on the Ron Paul train for a little while, but I didn't vote for him.
Financial independence and our right to reproductive freedom. Our mothers and grandmothers marched for us. Because of them, my husband and I were able to choose if and when to serve.
Grace Ming,
and we have
representative from New York.
boys running around at home.
By the time we get to 2008, I was big on the Mike Gravel train.
Torch for our children.
That's how radical I was.
All across our country, women are being denied life-saving health care and the right to determine their futures. And a second Trump term will be even worse. He will not stop at banning abortion. He'll let states track pregnancies. He'll put birth control and fertility treatment at risk. Trump's
Like Mike Gravel was Bernie Sanders before Bernie Sanders was cool. I'm just having the realization the
Tonight, we mobilized for
radical institutionalists,
November
I guess.
5th, we move forward with Kamala Harris because
People considered radical that are still institutionalists.
Please welcome Colorado Governor Jared Polis.
What up, Pollock? Was that wrong of me? Was that racist?
Tonight, let's talk about freedom.
He's got the book too.
Most intimate freedom.
It's always a book plug.
And if to have children and have a family. And let's talk about Project 2025, Donald Trump's roadmap to ban abortion in all 50 states. Look, that sounds crazy, but right here on page 562, it says that Donald Trump could use an obscure law from the 1800s to single-handedly ban abortion in all 50 states, even putting doctors.
DJ Dub lets his freak flag fry.
486 puts
lets his freak flag fry.
50.
Nope, still got it wrong. Lets his freak flag fly.
455. Project 2025 says that states have to report miscarriages to the Trump administration.
I mean, Mox, I've watched the Democrats go much further left than I ever thought they would in the last 25 years.
We're only the
Mama, good evening.
You know what?
This is Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado.
To take that one out.
I love potatoes too. I just think they're neat.
Undecided voters, so they better understand what's at stake this election. Project 2025 would turn the entire federal government and bureaucracy into a
I don't see how you feel they're the Bill Clinton Reaganite party.
To control our reproductive and personal choices. Look, as a Redditor, gamer, entrepreneur, and Swiftie from the free state of Colorado.
Nah, brother.
By Kamala Harris.
The Swifties are out.
Protecting and
need to be a pink pony papaw.
Personal freedom, internet freedom, and economic freedom. Democrats welcome weird, but we're not weirdos telling families who can and can't have kids who to marry or how to live our lives. These Project 2025 people, like Trump and Vance, are not just weird, they're dangerous.
Buddy, it is true, Bugs. Like, we have not had an NLRB
ever,
possibly ever, as good as the Biden NLRB.
2025 and elect Kamala Harris president this November.
John Fain will tell you he's been good on labor.
Please welcome Florida Rep.
Rodsky. Good evening.
Wasserman Schultz.
Fucking union's getting a lot stronger.
As a proud Floridian, I bring you a cautionary tale. For the people of my state, Project 2025 isn't just...
I would like it if I never had to hear from Debbie Wasserman Schultz again.
Battle every day. From the class...
Radsky, like, I'd say most of the chat's way ahead of you there.
Turned Florida into a testing ground for the right's most egregious, dangerous policies. I can tell you firsthand, it's been devastating for families in my district.
The double lazy eye is an inherent trait within many in Florida.
State policy requires that kids are
clinically
resist lies about so-called benefits of slavery. Books are banned. Teachers are censored. And our
Hola, compañeros.
Community endures endless state-sponsored hate. Even
yeah, Mark Kelly, what the fuck was up with that?
Gay school law. Today in Florida.
That's why I didn't want Mark Kelly to be the VP pick.
Record heat and rising seas, extreme MAGA Republicans deleted mentions of climate change from state law. Today in Florida, a near total abortion ban endangers women's health and their lives.
She is all over the place, isn't she?
I keep thinking about a Central Florida woman I met named Deborah. And at 23 weeks pregnant, she got news every future parent dreads. Her baby's kidneys never developed.
Oh, you guys can't see it. Oh, shit.
Told her that not only would her baby not survive, her own health was in danger. Deborah couldn't get the care she needed in Florida. And
yeah, Republicans won't even mention the issues we refuse to address.
She had no choice but to carry her son.
This is the least crunchy it's looked, actually, Scott Common. It usually looks much crunchier.
Die in her arms 2 hours later. This is Project 2025 in practice. It's what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want for the whole country. But we're not going to let it happen, are we? Now, I say this as a Floridian, but also a mom and an American. We can't let them do to America what they did to Florida. Are you with me?
What'd they do to Florida?
Fight like hell to elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Chair of the Democratic Congressional.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to Florida.
Susan Del Bene.
All in the ocean?
Hello, Democrats. It is my honor to represent the great state of Washington and to lead the House Democrats' work to take back the majority. As I travel the country, I hear the same thing. People want governance that works. They don't want tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy.
This is Representative Suzanne
Abortion
DeBien
or more chaos and dysfunction
from Washington.
Loyalty to Trump. In other words, they don't want Republicans in charge. We're here because we need to elect Vice President
Bogey, make up your mind.
and Governor Walz. And giving them a Democratic Congress is how we turn promises into progress. A Democratic majority means lowering costs and growing the middle class, expanding the child tax credit and making it permanent, protecting reproductive freedom, and yes, a Democratic House means Speaker Jeffries will certify the 2024 election. We need just 4 more seats to take back the majority. The good news is we have fantastic candidates in winnable districts all across the country. In battleground states like Michigan and Arizona, in blue states like New York and California, and even in states like Iowa and Nebraska. And we're going to make history by picking up a seat in the state where I was born, Alabama.
Boner.
In 2022,
Oh, it's absolutely, they totally handed out all those goddamn signs.
so it's within our power to win these critical races. This election is about our rights, our freedoms, our democracy.
Back on the march.
So let's get out.
This is live.
Let's take back the House. Let's make Hakeem Jeffries our next speaker. And let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Thank you.
Kamala's for Medicare for all.
Attorney General Keith Ellison.
What up, Keith Ellison? Always liked you, thought you had a bright political future, but
Friends, I'll never forget when I first saw the video of the
was there like some domestic shit that he did?
I was heartbroken. I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim...
You know, that's cool and all, but police are out here, like, beating and trampling on people's rights every day, not just George Floyd.
After that, minutes after the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George.
Wasn't there like a woman cop that shot somebody like just a few weeks after George Floyd or something?
Outside the circle of our compassion.
She in jail.
In the Republican Party...
Like, she broke down crying and shit. Like, she didn't say she feared for her life. She, like, broke down, like, crying, like, I can't believe I shot him. That's why you went to jail, man.
Lawyers. These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam.
Well, you could say that Hillary was for single payer for like one day. So therefore, like, we compare the one days, Kamala's was further left. I rest my case. Boom! You think we just fell out of a coconut tree?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
From New York. America.
Okay, fair enough, Mox, fair enough. But also, Bill assigned that to her. That was her job as First Lady.
Forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office...
Hey, Sky coming out here, knocking on doors, doing the canvassing.
Him deliver for the people.
She's one of the foot soldiers, so you can't criticize her.
Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in.
I know this to be a fact.
Raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America. Facts. Kamala and Tim, they fight for the people.
I always like Keith Ellison, but there was like some domestic shit or something. Like he like beat his wife. And like it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. It's probably ended his ascent. He also got beat. He was a congressperson, right? That's why he went back to Minnesota and became Attorney General. He's probably got a sight set on the governorship.
And maybe even here tonight, who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world,
Llama.
I assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen, they care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all. And let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
Have you ever discussed Special Counsel Mueller or his investigation with anyone?
Megan Thee Stallion.
Has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir? Seems you'd remember something like that.
I don't know.
Please answer the question.
Senator, I think I've answered the question.
No, you've not.
I'm not able to be...
He was good in the Senate.
It makes me nervous.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now.
They should probably play more clips of her Senate work.
Okay.
Please welcome.
Fair enough, DJ Dub. She was only in the Senate for like 2 years. Or did it end up being like 3 years? No, it's 2. Who?
Hello, Chicago.
Bitch, I'm savage. Classy, bougie, ratchet.
Dana Nessel.
Michigan AG Dana Nessel.
Attorney General is
I
a
heard she's really popular too.
But as California's Attorney General, Kamala Harris never shied away from a good fight. She's held accountable environmental polluters, sexual abusers, and transnational.
That's probably my favorite Megan Thee Stallion song too.
What really stands out is when she stood up and protected her constituents' freedoms.
I said she was popular.
In 2011, she refused to defend California's ban on same-sex marriage. She refused to argue that some families should have fewer rights.
Damn, really?
It meant a lot. She was fighting for families like mine. Now, in 2022, I faced a similar situation when, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, Michigan's archaic abortion ban was resurrected. But Vice President Harris had my back, and she reminded me that protecting people's lives and
I'm kind of like the Democratic Party here. I'm trying to hold together this coalition of wild leftists
just as
and liberals and sock dips. Joey, good evening.
abortion ban in Michigan.
I'm never going to get bigger as a streamer.
By the way, I got a message for the Republicans and the justices of the United States Supreme Court. You can pry this.
I won't change my opinions to do what is popular. And everybody but Chaz is going to keep fighting about shit.
And I'm retaining a lot of water, so good luck with that.
Oregon gal, I do my best.
Look, I know.
And they were expected to be a uniter. Haha.
United States, Kamala Harris will always be in our corner. Now, America, you get to be the judge. Do we go back to the corruption?
That's probably the thing I'm closest to is a sock dim.
Or do we move forward with Kamala Harris? We know when she takes an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, she's actually read it. We know the children.
Now come on, M. Lord.
Justices who will.
Oregon's cool. I don't know. I've never even really been, but like, there's other cool states.
And let me tell you.
There's cool areas of states.
You go from the courthouse to the White House, not the other way around.
I start trying to think. Vermont's cool.
Gentlemen, I rest my case.
Colorado's cool. Minnesota seems pretty cool. I've been there.
Wow. Wow. I just want to say thank you, Attorney General.
I guess a legal document is less open to interpretation. As if oaths mean anything.
So coming up, we have John and Rachel, proud, loving parents of 3. On October 7th, their son Hirsch, a U.S. citizen, was at a music festival when Hamas attacked. He was taken hostage, and he is still being held today, an American citizen. Rachel and John want what every parent wants: to hold their child close, to love on them, and keep them safe. I'm honored to introduce the 2 of them tonight.
Are we going to have some sort of Palestinian representation as well? 'Cause otherwise, this is kind of fucked up. I'm fine with this. But you definitely need some Palestinian representation after this. Why is she like, what? Why are you crying? Just to juxtapose, this is the protest outside. The people in the crowd.
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old boy. The oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch.
Fire resist. Good evening.
He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California.
I mean, he is one of our own people.
Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back,
very good question mark.
Humored, respectful, and curious person.
How many of these goddamn hostages are still
He
alive?
loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals,
And when I say that, they've probably been killed by Israel.
and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with
That's what I'm saying, Glitch.
maps and national...
They also rescued a couple the other day.
On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised.
Yeah, why did he have dual citizenship?
Peace, love, and unity.
Why are you sending your son over there?
To celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor
I'm gonna go piss. I
7 of those grenades before the 8th one.
I'm not sure.
Altogether at the
Was there over 320 hostages? Would that be
67
okay?
Music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern.
It hasn't been 320 days yet.
Terrible day. In total, 1,200.
No, maybe it has.
Including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm.
Oh, the T-shirt said Israel kills children.
Off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue.
Bill?
It is
still talking?
A humanitarian issue. The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support.
2,000 kids go missing a day. One might be under your porch. Go check.
President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House.
Could be one of them right there.
Working tirelessly
walking down the street
for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home, and will stop the despair in Gaza.
Quickly had a kid for dinner.
Deeply grateful.
Make that 2,110. No, 2,101.
Millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air.
Tell me how I'm supposed to breathe with no air.
There is a surplus.
But you didn't expect to hear that one out of me, did you?
All sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of...
Who fucking sings Cat Stevens and Jordan Sparks to you?
In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes.
Balls. What's up, Violet?
In an inflamed Middle East.
I hope you're doing well. Welcome to day 3
immediately
DNC National Convention.
And bring calm to the entire region. A deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza.
Oh, you're into the vampire shit, aren't you, Scott Comment? That's the blood. Okay. What's up, Representative Omar?
Is now.
Kind of weird that C-SPAN cut to her just then.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong.
Yeah, he's over there with Hamas watching the DNC right now.
Bring them home.
Venus, good evening. I mean, that's a little harsh. I would like as many people freed, as many, like, I want to see everybody get along. But that's not some hippy-dippy, we don't need to do anything about it fucking bullshit. I want to see an actual political solution to the situation so that it ends Palestinian suffering. Probably a one-state solution where Palestinians are full citizens and have representation. Jews will never go for that. It's going to have to be thrusted on them. Or maybe that's their plan. They're trying to kill enough Palestinians right now to where if they have to accept a one-state solution, they've diminished their voting power so much that it won't matter. What is this music? Exactly, Nathan. All hostages should mean all hostages. I'll take the freedom song over this, actually. Is this the house band who has been excellent this entire week?
May have the wrongful impression that I'm about to say.
Fuck you, Cory Booker.
That ain't gonna happen. But I'll tell you what, I want to bring you all to a street in Newark, New Jersey called Martin Luther King Boulevard. On that street was this incredible housing project called Brick Towers. We never mistaked wealth with worth.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Cory Booker.
President named Miss Virginia Jones. Her son was murdered in the 1980s in the lobby of one of those buildings.
Yeah, at this point, Israel is going to have to be forced by a bigger country. It's going to have to be America.
How are you so
to write a constitution?
Woman. She'd say the joy
rights and protections for all people. Makes everyone full citizen.
Come on now. She taught me that you've got to generate the joy. That hope is
Cory Booker indeed.
That despair will never have the last word. And so tonight, there are so many challenges in our nation. There are so many problems that we're facing.
We got to cut off that spigot. That's the military-industrial complex.
You don't love her enough.
That's the last great Republican, Dwight D. Eisenhower, called it the fuck out. How fucking prescient was his words?
Joy.
If you don't get the military under control, they are going to take over this fucking country. And by God.
The artists of America. It has been those folks bringing the rock and roll and the funk, bringing the gospel and the hard rock.
Damn right, Venus.
We are blessed.
Amen on that one.
Of those great American artists that helps us.
It's even scarier now that they brought in the big tech billionaires.
Our hearts.
I'm going to try to, I have a bad habit of responding to the chat without repeating what you guys said, and there are people that listen to this as a podcast.
Someone to bring
so I should repeat what you guys say and then respond to it. And my apologies to you if you're listening to this as a podcast. Who did he just, what? Michelle Branch?
If you don't like it, get the
Maureen Morris.
That's what they
Yeah, I'm on Spotify.
Open my mouth.
Stitcher, Pocket Cast, whatever the fuck. iTunes, I'm there.
Who's gonna care if I don't? Who's gonna change if I won't? When time turns this moment to dust, I just hope that I'm proud of the woman I was. When the lines of tomorrow are drawn, can I live with the side that I chose to be on? Will we sit on our hands, do nothing about it? Or will we leave this world better than...
There's like a section of the stage that goes up. And that wood paneling is what's behind it. They did it like once or twice last night. I still don't like the stage.
What would you do?
Seriously, she got a little too overzealous with the bedazzling.
We're over a barrel.
This is Maureen Morris. I feel like I've heard of her before. She's not bad, but once again, country not my thing.
That I chose to be on. Will we sit on our hands, do nothing about it?
They've had several country artists. We had Jason Isbell last night. And then on the first night we had, I keep forgetting her name. And she was like a black country artist.
America,
Perfect Freedom. What's up, my friend? Welcome in.
America, God.
Now, we don't have this for sure, but Stevie Wonder was seen sound checking earlier. So it's very possible we're getting Stevie Wonder performing tonight. And I'll definitely pop for that one. Oh my God, they do look like butt plugs. He's there, but it's not confirmed that he is performing. Not confirmed. But he was sound checking. If she does have a butt plug in, I do have advice for you. Anytime you're going to insert anything into your ass.
Life is too short to walk the earth or a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Always here for you, Perfect. I want to be your go-to guy for your absurd news, politics, and current events, but specifically your political streaming. We're going to have all the, we're going to do at least one debate for every Senate race.
All right. You know what? I'm inspired. Maybe I will.
Already started putting the schedule together. They get started in September. We've also got September 10th is the
thrill is gone.
First presidential debate. I'm sorry, the second presidential debate, but the first one between Harris and Trump.
I want you all to know tonight is about joy. American history, our common history.
We're still monitoring the protests.
To taking on the...
Give it about another hour or so and things will probably pop off.
That should bring us joy. Our progress never ever came easy. But in America, we do hard things.
Yeah, I don't know who decided to bring Booker out here for the night.
Labor unions and small businesses. We created great public education and world-changing innovation. We nurtured the best...
Well, it was supposed to be Pritzker last night, and we really didn't get a lot of Pritzker.
And we kept the...
Forbcast, good evening, welcome in.
Social Security for our seniors.
He's been out here multiple times tonight.
Against bigotry and hate, we advanced equal rights for all...
Did we hear him open his mouth last night? I don't think so.
Workers' rights, LGBTQ rights, reproductive rights, the right to marry who you love, the right to be free. We did all of this in a way that didn't pit American against American. We did this by healing rifts.
Oh, yes, fantastic job by Unicorn Riot. Did great last night bringing us the clash between police.
We in this nation lived up to our calling.
He's got a really cool shot going on right now.
To be a more perfect union, to make this one nation under God a little more indivisible. Now, you all know this. Trump betrays these ideals. He viciously attacks Democrats and Republicans. His put-downs know no shame. John McCain's...
I bet God would be an amazing fuck, wouldn't he?
Haley's heritage.
Or wouldn't they?
Women, people with disabilities, trans people, our veterans...
I mean, in order to be a god, you would have to transcend any human conception, so you couldn't be a he or a she.
Smear and fear, not inspiration and elevation. Donald Trump speaks more of American carnage than American compassion.
Yeah, McCain was a fucking monster. Bomb Iran.
If you don't love the people.
I think it's a little ways down from the United Center. I don't think they're right outside of it. 'Cause I think they've got the block or two around it blocked off.
Tim Walz, they bring the joy. Think about it.
Well, how would you fuck God then?
Shopkeepers, slaves, educators, people who faced
It was a 3-block perimeter.
with perseverance, people who met hate with love. They are the living dreams of their ancestors. But look in this arena.
Yeah, he did it all the fucking time, and it was.
We are all.
Yeah, God fucks you.
Wildest dreams.
He was constantly saying bomb, 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 Iran.
Generations who faced impossible odds and that respond.
I mean, if God was gendered, I would hope that God would be a female.
That classic American creed. Yes.
I'm sorry, as Ariana Grande would say, God is a woman. There you can see the United Center. That's about how far they are away from it.
There are people that doubt our.
That's what a 3-block perimeter looks like there.
They want to tell us how bad we are. They want to say that they alone can save us.
There's no way Mitch McConnell makes it through this term.
The power of the people is greater than the people in power. And we're not going to lose our faith.
About border range.
I want
clinically. Flash reports that shit to the government.
I believe in America. Let me hear you. I believe in America.
Oh my God! I gotta show you guys.
Elders.
They've got Corey signs.
What the obstacle? Like the gospel says, we shall.
That's cringe as fuck.
I believe in America. Because our soldiers died on beaches and battlefields. They died at sea and in the air so that we could be.
Yes, Corey Feldman. That is the only Corey you hold up signs for.
I believe in America. I believe in America because our fighters fought at Stonewall. Our marchers marched.
There's only one Donatello in my world.
Seneca Falls. Every single one of them believed in America. Even when America didn't believe.
I had no Blue Sky comment. I'd only,
with me now.
the Ariana Grande song from like 2017.
Because King dared.
Groove coverage.
The impossible dream.
Put that in there. You're in the Discord. Put that in the music channel.
When we elect Kamala Harris, there is not a boy or girl in America from any creed, color, or heritage.
Creed sucks.
Never think being president of the United States is impossible again.
Mox. You might be onto something.
Say it with me. I believe in America, the land of hope and heroism.
What does that even mean to believe in America?
Land of courage and compassion. I believe in America where we share common ground and common cause and one common destiny. And let me tell you,
this is some like fascist shit.
If you love in America, then you will work for America. And when we work together, when we stand together, when we organize.
I don't want to work for America. America's supposed to work for me, bitch.
I'll tell you this, when we fight, we win.
Yeah, did we switch over to the RNC? That's a good question.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barack Escobar.
It is fascist to appeal to symbolism and phrases and shit. Holiday, good evening.
Buenas noches. Like countless Texans, I grew up going back and forth across the...
Representative Veronica Escobar from Texas.
My family would shop, have dinner.
Work makes you free.
Pick up medicines. The border is my beloved home, the place where my children grew up. Forget what you hear on the news. I'm from there. When it comes to the border, hear me when I say, you know nothing, Donald Trump. He and his Republican imitators see the border and immigration as a political opportunity to exploit instead of an issue to address. Congress hasn't passed comprehensive immigration reform in nearly 4 decades. The 3 times they tried, Republicans blocked legislation that would have funded border security and created a more humane immigration.
Bow down before the one you serve.
Not serious people. You know who is serious? Kamala Harris.
He signs his name with a capital G.
I met the vice president when she visited El Paso. I saw firsthand
Sacrificial MILF.
with law
Drake, good evening.
migrants and human rights advocates. She was
Right now, this is the
questions. She listened.
protest outside of the DNC, about 2 blocks away from the United Center. You can kind of see it in the background over there.
The situation at the border is complicated.
It's over past that brown building.
Opportunities as it is with challenges. All Republicans have to offer is demonization and bluster. Democrats have solutions.
Seriously, don't forget that Obama was
Can live up to the
quite the deporter himself. I used to call him, this is before I had a show, so I don't know if I'm on video somewhere saying it, but I used to call him President Deporty McDrone Strike.
Those who seek a better future within them.
This is back out to the march. They're marching away from the United Center, but I'm assuming they're going in a circle.
I have a question for you. Who really wants a solution at our border?
I want a path to citizenship. I want us to hire a shit ton more immigration lawyers, more immigration judges,
Washington, D.C.
and let's get those motherfuckers legalized.
Border Patrol endorsed it.
And that bill included thousands of new border agents and personnel, new technology that can detect and stop fentanyl, more
Yeah, that looked fascist as fuck.
processing. For the first time in decades, a chance at a real bipartisan solution.
But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies.
That's what I want, but we're never going to get open borders clinically. There shouldn't. There should just be like a fucking cop reading the newspaper when you come through the border.
Deal because
You shouldn't even have to stop.
election, which goes to show Donald Trump does not care about border security.
It should be a way station for fucking cargo. That's who should have to stop at the border. Let the cops inspect that shit.
The real difference is
I was the Attorney General of a border state. In that job, I walked underground tunnels between the United States and Mexico on that border with law enforcement officers.
Oh, hey, you know what would stop underground tunnels?
National gangs
Legalize drugs.
and human traffickers that came into
PhD, what's up? How do you want me to address you, my friend? What do you like to go by?
case, and I won.
Chadingif.
So here is my pledge to
Tunnels are scary.
As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law and show Donald Trump what real leadership looks like.
Yeah, but she looks good in a pantsuit. Come on. They're Kamas.
Please welcome Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy.
Chris Murphy, all right. Like the best of the shit libs.
I just want to let you know.
He's dropping out.
I want to let you know that everything that you just saw in that video, that's exactly what.
I'm gonna call you Ding.
I know because I was the Democrat.
Chading. That's it.
That bill to secure the border.
Chading.
President Biden and Vice President Harris. I want to tell you this as well. Donald Trump's allies weren't just in the room. They helped us write the whole bill. It was a bipartisan bill. It was a tough bill. $20 billion in new border security gave the president.
I like you, Chading. I'm glad we're friends.
the border, made compassionate but serious reforms to our asylum system.
Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut
Said it would have had almost unanimous support if it weren't for Donald Trump. Trump killed that bill, and he did it because he knew that if we fixed the border.
How old's Murphy? He's been in for a couple of terms. How's he still looking this young?
Fear about people who come from different places. Right? You guys know this, right? Hate and division, that's Trump's oxygen. Right? People like Trump and J.D. Vance, they need it.
Yeah, Senator since 2013.
People are saying that they're weird, that they're creepy, and they are weird. They are
51.
But even worse, they're weak. Kamala Harris is not weak. For 20
PSW.
Harris has been tough.
Kelly, good evening.
Nails when it comes to securing our border.
Nathan.
When she was a California prosecutor, she went after drug smugglers, human traffickers. She put 100 gang members away in a single sweep.
We are still keeping an eye on the protests.
A safe nation can't be an immigrant nation. That's flat wrong, and Kamala Harris knows it.
I like Unicorn Riot getting all up in the Secret Service's business.
Engraved on the Statue of Liberty is a poem. The last line reads, "I lift my lamp beside the golden door." For generations.
Yeah, Orbcast, thank you for being a freaking follower.
To start a brave new life in America. My ancestors, your ancestors, and the parents of the next President of the United States of America.
I don't know. There are people that watch this that like haven't been engaged in politics and then they tune in for the convention. That is a thing.
Proud
it's getting more and more rare.
Nation of strong immigration law.
We heard one of them on C-SPAN earlier.
She will bring that border bill back, and Kamala Harris.
I think he finally got kicked, MILF. I think he said something really misogynist. I was like, all right, you guys can ban him.
There is only one candidate who has ever been willing to do the worthy.
We got a few, MILF.
Of making our country.
It's been on fire here lately.
Recognizing that we do not have to choose between celebrating our heritage and enforcing our laws, right? The beautiful thing.
I kind of want to hear what this dude's saying to the cops.
Both.
I'm protesting the out-of-control military-industrial complex that these people represent. They're just pawns.
Anything else you want to add, sir?
Basically, anti-war demonstrators. Okay. I got no ideology. I just sing a lot of songs.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I fucking love this. I'm so glad I get to enjoy politics because I probably watch this shit anyway. I'm glad I get to enjoy it with you guys. Oh God.
On the other side of the border,
I'm sure everyone wants to hear what this fuck has to say.
they pack migrants.
Javier Salazar, the Bexar County Sheriff.
Then they seal the doors. That's when the 911 calls come. We hear them, desperate, terrified, gasping for air. Now, sometimes we get there in time. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we can't.
Giddy up, cowboy.
When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers.
A JBL wannabe.
He's not there to help us. Don't think that, not for a second. He is a self-serving man. I mean, look, just like when he killed the border bill.
Those tomato emotes are awesome. Whose are those?
Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years.
It's a fantastic idea.
Down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail. Now, down in
that sounds kind of like an echo chamber anonymously, but I know if you're here with me,
I may be paraphrasing.
you get your views challenged.
We protect them. Now, the border sheriffs that I know, right, and we're like...
The X in Bexar is an H.
We enforce the law.
Beha.
And we fight
to
protect our border. Because as we've always known in Texas...
Ding. Okay, if Donald Trump loses this year on November 6th, he is the presumptive 2028 Republican nominee. Just say Bear. Okay, Bear County.
Representative Pete Aguilar.
Ah, fuck. We've lost Unicorn Ride again. They've been having a lot of trouble with their stream tonight.
I'm Pete Aguilar, chair of the Democratic Caucus. For 4 generations, my family has called California home. I grew up in San Bernardino.
There is nothing to stop him from running in 2028.
Community.
Davey, good evening.
Family, faith, and
now that everyone's here, light one up, tip one back.
Values shared by Latino families across this country are what made my family's American dream possible. And only Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect the American dream.
That is wishful thinking on all of your parts who think he's going to die before 2028.
And reach.
Motherfucker's going to outlive all of us.
This is a vision.
There's somebody in chat that's like fucking 22. Like, he's going to outlive me? Yes, he's going to outlive you too.
Knows is chaos and division. He talks about tearing American families apart, pitting neighbor against
Orb, that's great advice.
Against community. Compare that to what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Almost 500,000 people who live here and are married to a U.S. citizen can now apply for lawful permanent residence. DACA recipients who graduated college have easier access to work visas.
Well, not necessarily me challenging your views, but I'm at least playing you shit that's going to challenge your views.
Partisan bill. Folks, we don't.
You can call me a leftist, you can call me a liberal, you can call me biased, but like, I'm going to play you some right-wing arguments. I'm going to properly
do both.
Illustrate what they're fucking saying.
As a prosecutor, she took on transnational gangs and cartels.
Yeah, Chading, that's what that's called a cherry-picking stat. It makes it look like Democrats have had total power, but you've got to add in the Senate and the House. It was only 2 years when Democrats were in charge of all 3 branches.
The stakes in this election, because we believe in the...
Well, okay, 4 years because they had the supermajority back in the first 2 years of Obama. Is that in the last 16?
When we keep families together.
Yeah, okay. So 4 years.
The union is more perfect when dreamers.
And Republicans have had unified government during that time.
Construction workers and military service.
They had 2 years where they held the House and Senate under Trump.
Believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border, fix our broken immigration system.
And then they held the House and Senate during Obama, didn't they?
And together, we will win.
Yeah, but the stat was the last 16 years, Mox. That goes back to 2008. See, I would watch that stuff on my own and sit here and yell at it the whole time. So I'm glad I can watch it with you guys and yell at it.
I am a DACA recipient.
Thanks to DACA, I've been able to open up my own business.
I would suggest, like,
as a lawyer.
So many.
Don't have
It is disheartening to know
unprotected or don't have sex with people you don't know at the moment.
also hear Donald Trump calling for mass deportations. It is time that we recognize dreamers for who they are.
I would say if you engage in promiscuous sex, I would cut that out until we get a handle on what's going on with monkeypox.
Who stood with us, who
Mpox, I'm sorry.
heard our stories.
We need a future President Harris to ensure that dreamers like me can
Shut up, nerd.
and provide for ourselves, our communities, and our families.
I'm sorry, that was mean. I would also like.
United.
It might not be a bad idea to avoid concerts.
Carlos Eduardo Espina.
Places with big crowds where you can be in close contact with people.
Buenas noches, mi gente.
This dude's just a content creator.
Is Carlos Eduardo Espina.
Who gives a shit what he has to say?
Years ago, when my parents immigrated to College Station, Texas,
Invite JustinFREAKIN to speak at the DNC.
you told them that one day their son would reach 14 million followers on social media.
Okay, he was kind of cute. I'd fuck him.
And speak at the
That's what I was wondering, Stabby. I'm like,
They might not believe you.
could the DNC possibly be a monkeypox outbreak?
But this is the United States of America.
But has it reached that far? So, what, like right now, we're at Sweden, we're in Turkey, India. We've had cases in the United States, but I don't think near Chicago.
With people who, like my parents, came to America to fulfill the dreams and ambitions that in their home countries were impossible. People who work hard, contribute to society, pay taxes because, yes, immigrants pay taxes, and love this country deeply. The same people Donald Trump wants you to believe are poisoning the blood of our country.
There's not a lot of coverage of this.
And it is
That's kind of worrying.
American. Because as Ronald Reagan, a Republican, once said, we lead the world because unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength from every country and every corner of the world. Reagan knew that welcoming immigrants is not a Democratic or a Republican value, it is an American value.
12 countries in Africa, 1 in Europe.
Be pro-America. And that's why Kamala Harris understands this too. And that's why, once elected, she will reject hate and find solutions that make our nation stronger. So let's get her elected. Let's get
Dunya. Seriously.
ensure that our country remains a
What the fuck are you talking about Reagan for at the Democratic convention?
for all. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas.
Please welcome former Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice President Pence, Olivia Troy.
Hey, Olivia.
4 years ago, I resigned from the Trump administration.
Oh, never mind. Former Homeland Security Advisor to Trump?
Who dreamed of working in the White House? It was a hard decision. But as an American,
Yes, bring Lil Jon back out.
I saw how Donald Trump undermined our intelligence community, our military leaders, and ultimately our democratic process. Now, he's doing it again, lying and laying the groundwork to undermine this election. It's his MO to sow doubt and
Do
division.
not have the feedback yet.
That's what Trump wants because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want because it's the only way they win. As a national security expert,
I don't know. She doesn't seem his type.
hija
She doesn't look anything like Ivanka.
mexicana
Or Ivana. Which one's his daughter? I don't even fucking know.
que realizó
Ivana.
americano.
Ivanka.
Being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what
They don't actually let you do it.
The guard
Because you're famous, you can just intimidate them into
the
silence.
room the first time
And it's kind of been a big problem.
or were fired.
No, I probably would. I think she's cute.
And the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan.
Democrats just love lie-ig.
Sacred holiday
Don't you guys love lie-ig?
made me a
Like
Republican.
my favorite band from the 60s.
And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue, but because we agree on the most important issue, protecting our freedom.
I'd hug her.
So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't
He looks
voting
comfy.
for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy.
Cougar Bear Harris, right? CSW?
You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country.
God, I love you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, this is a horrible speech. I'm going to assume she's a horrible person. Not just because she worked in the Trump administration,
Please
but
welcome
because she worked in the Department of Homeland Security.
Jeff Duncan.
Feel like you can't work in the Department of Homeland Security without being a really shitty person. Ah, shit, coming up, Stevie Wonder.
I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican.
God damn!
I stand here as an American.
Are more Republicans speaking at this convention than Democrats?
Country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election.
Hey now, he's not Eddie Guerrero.
Threat to democracy. And his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy. And the only thing left to do is dump.
Vote based on who you want to fuck.
These days, our party acts more like a cult. A cult.
Latino heat.
A felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala.
Fair enough. Nancy Mace is not a bad-looking woman, but like it's the things she say, the things she says that makes her unattractive to me.
And will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching.
Well, wouldn't you know who won the pony, CSW?
Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot.
Wednesday nights I get to stay up late.
In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be...
He does look like a Rob Riggle character.
During 2020...
Put some prosthetics on him.
Lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside...
Well, Orb, if you want a free pony, man, you got to vote for is named Vermin Supreme.
My son came downstairs and he handed me this cup.
He's a friendly fascist.
At a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad.
Dental care and ponies for everyone.
Be the wrong thing. Stay strong. To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do.
They wouldn't be Republicans if they wanted that.
In November. Thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, Media Winch. He's the one that got owned. Media Winch is on a panel with Pentuble. When is that? This is weekend, right? Sunday?
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't
What time is it?
concede when there's theft involved. And after this, we're going to walk
Media Winch is on the hippy dippy recruitment panel.
to the Capitol because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
It does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
2 p.m. Eastern. Okay, cool.
I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country.
Yeah, that's 11 your time.
I'm going to be very disappointed.
I will be there supporting you, Media Winch. It's not Dylan. She's not going to be on with Dylan. It's the... It's like the minor leagues for going on with Dylan.
49 hours.
Jezebel, good evening.
5 to 50, be advised. They're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
So I guess if you're entertaining enough, you'll make it to the hippy dippy panel whenever they do one.
Breach of the Capitol to the upper level. My kids didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country.
Oh, that's fucking what was his name? They had all the conspiracy theory. Roy Phelps or something. I'm fucking it up. That wasn't his name. What was his fucking? Somebody give it to me. West Side Tyler. Why do I know that name?
Look at this Spanish boy, man.
I feel like I've had a run-in with him before, and he's a cool guy. Oh my God, Lady B, are you born on January 6th? Hell yeah, CSW. Thank you for the sub.
Any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now. We lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back.
Speaking of riots, Unicorn Riot is... Oh, back up.
For anyone to attempt to do that today. There were a handful of counter demonstrators inside the park. We did see one Israel flag, but it was really just a handful that were visible. But so everyone just did that march, and the thousands of people are entering back into Union Park as we speak. If you're just tuning into our coverage, we've been live on and off since about 4 p.m. today, so you can go to our YouTube, Facebook, Vimeo, Twitch, or Twitter to see the other parts of the stream today. We also released some other coverage from yesterday, earlier today. You can check out all of our coverage of the protests at the Democratic National Convention that started Monday. You can check all of that out at our website, unicornriot.ninja. So
I'm pretty sure that the
speakers are heading right toward us right now.
The United Center is over behind that building right there, I believe.
Children is his game.
They're about 2 blocks away.
Children is his game. Chicago draws the line.
Now, who are we talking about killing children? Are we talking about BB?
Palestine. We stand up for Palestine. We
So folks seem to be heading back toward the stage where the rally started. So from when the rally started until now, it's been about
on January 6th, like most of my
Representative Benny Thompson from Mississippi.
one goal, to uphold the votes of the American.
I was gonna say his name,
cornerstone,
but I almost called him Bernie Taupin. I'm like, that's not it.
but as what you've just
It was like Elton John's music writing partner.
remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Thank God they failed.
Brother, that wasn't the first time they wanted to stop it.
This country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through.
It's not because of the C-SPAN logo.
It took a long time.
It's because the camera's tilted.
Not going.
Oh, shit.
Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life,
It's because it's tilted the wrong way and it looks weird.
a vote because of Jim Crow.
No, I don't want to fix it.
My career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle.
It's just kind of a pain in the ass. Progressive Squirrel, welcome in. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington.
This is the stream for progressives, anarchists, far leftists,
Then submit to it.
shit libs, sock dims. We welcome everybody.
His campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America. Elections are about choice,
Hopefully we're done with goddamn Republicans.
not political violence.
If they bring out another Republican,
Choose the America we've
I'll take that shot that Snicks wanted me to take last night.
choose.
God damn it, I'm gonna have to take it, aren't I?
Please welcome former United States Capitol Police Sergeant.
I mean, a lot of it is performative, and a lot of politics is performative. Like, I want to keep everybody in perspective. Like, they're doing their job. The protesters out here are doing their job. Like, you gotta put pressure everywhere. Just voting ain't gonna make a difference.
Thank you.
You gotta change the party from the inside. You gotta pressure it from the outside. And a lot of what they're doing is appealing to fucking people that aren't paying attention to politics.
Thank you. Before I begin,
He does look constipated.
acknowledge the sacrifices that 5 officers who died as a result.
This is Sergeant Aguilo Gonel, the former U.S. Capitol Police officer. We are still following Unicorn Riot.
I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving.
Odds are he is a Republican, Mox.
But nothing prepared me for.
I'm not counting that one.
We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them.
Oh, did somebody say his name in chat?
When I joined the Army and Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it.
He's got duty in his soul.
To Donald Trump, I ask,
will an enema fix that?
Don't you? On January 6th, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
I feel like he looks like he'd be one of the henchmen for a bad guy on Breaking Bad.
Please welcome New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
He was one of the Salamanca's B-men.
When I was a kid, my parents brought me to the Capitol.
Representative Andy Kim of New Jersey.
At its sacred ground. A
future senator.
When I got to Congress, I was excited to bring my little boys to the same beautiful building. I asked them, do you like the Capitol? And my oldest son, Austin, said, I love the Capitol.
It's like the lady from Delaware. Her fight for the Senate seat was in the primary.
They are so sweet.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Slick Willie coming up.
But shortly after, we saw something
There's your Republican mocks.
unimaginable.
Duty in my bow.
Tearing down flags.
Joey, did I tell you good evening?
Officers. That night, I walked into the rotunda. The floor was covered in broken glass and garbage, strewn with the chaos unleashed by Donald
They
Trump.
smeared shit on the walls and stole a door.
How did it get this bad? So I did the only thing I could think of.
Candace Owens out here running for that Nazi vote, it does seem.
What I learned on January 6th is that all of us
The door.
are caretakers for our great republic. We can heal this country, but only if we try. Many of you are doing your part through your voices and your votes. Always remember, this chaos that we see, it doesn't have to be this way. As a father, I refuse to believe that our kids are doomed to grow up in a broken America. There is a hunger right now in this country for a new generation of leadership to step up. Let's choose Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's do this for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
Earl, that is an awful cute puppers you got in your avatar there. I love puppies.
Please welcome Olivia Juliana.
Oh no. Okay, she's not speaking.
Texas Democrats. This November, I'll cast my first vote in a presidential election ever.
Outcast. Are we getting outcast?
To vote is under attack.
I love Big Boy.
Seen it. Long wait lines. People blocked from registering to vote. Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are making it harder for us to vote, but we won't let them get away with it. And Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedom.
Well, I mean, she's probably going to.
But we will only
Just saying.
be heard if we vote. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our seat in our democracy.
That sounds sexual.
Cast our ballots this November for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And
You
now,
live in sexual anarchy.
Ladies and gentlemen, American icon Stevie Wonder.
Holy fuck. Yes. I love you, Stevie. We have watched Stevie Wonder concerts on this stream.
I love you. And every song that I've sang,
I am a Stevie Wonder fan.
because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts.
That drip is amazing.
Hearts have been beaten and broken. Beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts. Win the disenchanted. Win the angry spirits.
And we watched him from like, what, he was like 18 or 17 when we were watching that one footage of him. And like, goddamn. He killed it back then.
Remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did? As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency.
Wait a minute, he's not. Okay, there's a piano there.
It is time to get.
It's like he has IFBs in. But you better be singing, motherfucker.
Listen, the choice is clear. Clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clear.
I watched a YouTube documentary about it the other day, Media Winch. About Prince being a little pussy and wanting a different room.
Kindness over recrimination and peace.
That had almost all fell apart.
Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division.
Was it Sheila Easton? Is that who they invited? It was one of Prince's, like, from the New Power generation or whatever. No, that's before the New Power generation. One of his girls, Sheila E.
A united people of these.
And she felt like they were just using her, so she quit.
And then.
It was very interesting.
And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach your higher ground?
I was hoping Sheila E. would pop up on the DNC, but
Ready to reach our higher ground.
they might be able to get bigger celebrities than her, actually.
Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man as we do have as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready?
Yes, tickle those Avery and Ivories.
Are you ready? Mowski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, we need everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're going to have to get louder than that.
I want y'all to sing it with me. Come on. People.
You sing.
Keep on lying. Soldiers. Y'all say keep on one. Yeah. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Are y'all with me?
Oh, the emotes move on screen now. That's fucking awesome.
Keep on lying. For your people.
Some move, some don't. That's weird. Just saw Cronenberg. So everything's still peaceful with the protest, but it looks like it could be gearing up to, you know, have a face-off like we had last night. The anti-genocide protest going on outside of the convention. The cops are lining up again. It's still to come tonight. Bill Clinton, our Orthodox Jewish rabbi, Bill Clinton, Reformed Orthodox Jewish rabbi, Bill Clinton. Wait, is that all we get? Oh no, Stevie already went off the... What?
Wow. Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
He's only 74?
I couldn't see the rest of y'all, but from back, Nebraska was getting down.
I was getting down. You should play at least one more.
Stevie's song is powerful, but so was his words.
That was just like enough to piss you off.
Courage over complacency.
He spoke longer than he played.
But now I gotta tell you, the party is gonna keep going. We're just getting started, y'all. And this is a segment.
Yeah, what the fuck is Cory Booker out here?
Excited about.
Bring Stevie back.
It might be Wednesday night, and we might.
You know what that means.
Go. But it's starting to feel like.
Well, you would still be wanting more if he played one more song.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Did they get Maya Rudolph?
Please welcome Kenan Thompson.
I'd understand if Maya Rudolph came out and did a bit as Harris. That'd be great.
All right.
But why Kenan?
What's up, DNC?
You better be funny. He's not funny.
All right. Y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jared Polis ripped a page out of it? This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is
He looks the exact same as he did on all that in 1996.
It is a real document that you can read for yourself at kamalaharris.com/.
Master, good evening.
2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time?
That's all right.
Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right?
But Kenan's never the funny one on what's up with that.
Conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look.
Kenan is the straight guy to everybody else is funny.
All right, we got Matt here with us tonight. Is Matt here? Hey, there he is. Matt, how are you, sir? All right, Matt. Now, Matt.
What the fuck is this?
You work as an AV tech in Nevada, and you make a decent hourly wage, is that right? Oh. So who's gonna fix it? Keep speaking, Matt, till we can hear you.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's good.
Night, clinically.
We're going to move on from Matt.
It's a meta bit.
This is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Keenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good. Now, Becky, you're married, correct?
Trump is funny, but just not the way he wants to be funny.
8 years.
Or the right-wingers say he's funny.
That's amazing. Very, very cute.
And it quit being funny a long time ago.
But I have got some bad news for you.
I hate that.
On page 584, Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. So yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right, next up, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us?
Hey, Nirvana.
And your people are with us as well? All right, good.
Your people.
Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Diabetes.
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
It should still be cheaper. It costs like fucking, what, $1 to manufacture?
But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
I've seen what's up with that, and this is no what's up with that.
Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense. All right, let's talk to Anita. Anita, are you there? Yes. Hello, Anita.
Hello.
And Anita, what do you do for a living?
I mean, I can see charging $2 or $3 or something for it.
An OBGYN.
But it shouldn't be no fucking $35. Definitely shouldn't have been, what, $300?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, yeah. It's bad news, isn't it?
It sure is. On page 459, Project 2025 resurrects a law from the 1800s called the Comstock Act to ban abortion nationwide and throw healthcare providers in jail.
I never even put it together that your name would be Anita.
Yes, it is awful. All right, let's do one more. Is Sharia with us? Sharia, are you there?
Hey, Keenan, I'm here.
So is it actually mitochondria?
All right.
And I'd been saying it wrong the whole time.
I understand that you work for the federal government?
Yes, sir. I'm in the United States Department of Education. I'm a proud civil servant.
I'm glad you've stuck with me, though.
President.
She works for the Department of Education, and she's a proud civil servant. Well,
I don't want to disrespect anybody.
Unfortunately for you, on page 78, Project 2025 calls for President Trump to purge the civil service of everyone who isn't a MAGA loyalist. Are you a MAGA loyalist?
Now, Keenan, absolutely not.
Does she look dumb?
I mean, you might as well be, because also page 319 calls for the complete elimination of the Department of Education. There's a bunch of stuff in here, but that's all.
I'll keep.
At the moment, just remember.
I'll keep mispronouncing it.
That we just talked about is very real. It is in this book. You can read it.
I think the times I've called you by your Twitch screen name, Dublinita. I think I've gotten it correct, right?
You can stop
Diablinita.
Ever happening by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Guys, are you guys absolute rat and deceitful? Uptown Funk gonna give it to you?
Award-winning producer and writer.
Am I off? Or is it like generic Uptown Funk? Mindy Kaling on the what?
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Hello and welcome.
With Cory Booker?
Welcome to the third night of the Democratic National Convention. My name is Mindy Kaling. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I am an incredibly famous Gen Z actress who you might recognize from The Office. Thank you, The Mindy Project. Or as the woman who courageously outed Kamala Harris as Indian in an Instagram cooking video. Yes, you're welcome. I am so...
Sparkles never answered the question earlier.
The real reason I am here is that deep down,
One of her favorite shows is The Office.
as a woman of color,
And she loves Mindy Kaling.
as a single mother of 3, it is incredibly important.
I've heard the Scooby-Doo is
Appointed
atrocious.
to Italy. That's how this works, right? That's like why I'm here. I've never been, I'm dying to go. And guys, I just really need a break. I know it's not the priority tonight, but just think about it. I am actually here because I have known the Vice President for a long time, and I want to tell you a story about one of the first times I ever met her. She wasn't Madam Vice President then. She was my senator, and we were filming a video where she came to my home to cook dosas, a South Indian dish. Yes. It's not every day that a senator comes over, and I was pretty nervous.
She looks great.
But
I'll give her that.
Arrived. We immediately hit it off. We talked about the love we have for our moms, who had both passed away from cancer. Both of our mothers were
Yeah, my mom went to other places.
came to America and committed their lives
I was thinking of some kind of drug euphemism.
My mother, Swati, became an OBGYN. Thank you. Kamala's mother, Shyamala, became a scientist with a PhD who dedicated her life to trying to find a cure for cancer. And after speaking to Kamala, it was clear to me that Shyamala had passed down the same optimism and fearlessness to her daughter. But the thing I remember the most about the Vice
I
President
just stopped myself from making a joke.
can cook. Guys, she was so much better than me.
I'm proud of myself.
I also knew that my family was watching. So, as she gently corrected my sloppy dosa making, she was complimenting me every step of the way, making sure that my daughter Kit heard how good of a cook I am. She had no desire to be seen as better than anyone else. She just wanted my kid to be impressed with her mom. And when she finally bit into my dosa, she looked at me and said, really good, and then never took another bite again. Yes, but it is that warmth, that generosity of spirit that I know she will bring to the White House as our next president. Kamala Harris
I want some Indian food.
about other people. She will fight to protect our freedoms because those are the values that her mother passed down to her. But in order to protect those freedoms, Democrats...
Unicorn Ride has a black man with a yarmulke on, and I'm tempted to go over to him because he probably saying some batshit crazy stuff. Would you rather listen to the black man with the yarmulke?
To be run down with killer cops
Oh,
like
yeah.
a wall of
Oh, I thought I was wrong. It was just sunglasses. Nope, he's got a yarmulke on.
of having police come into our communities. We know what it feels like. Of having like Sonia Macy being murdered and shot down in her own home.
He's based.
What it feels like of having supremacy and to invade our space, to not value us as human beings. So if you have a bit of a heart, if you have inspiration, hearing these families talk and hearing these sisters talk, you ought to get into these streets and shut it down. Because it's one not in the United Center. The war is fought in the streets. And to all of us realize and understand that it's the streets that we can come to.
It is a yarmulke, isn't it? That's he's wearing the
free palace.
cloth.
My hope, and this was my prayer. Shalom alaikum. God bless.
He said shalom alaikum. He's bound to be Jewish.
Your name again, sir?
Rabbi Michael Ben Yosef, R-A-B-B-I. Michael Ben B-E-N.
Yeah, he's a rabbi.
Thank you.
Amen.
But I was what's the name of the weird cultish group? The Black Israelites or whatever it is? That's what I was expecting him to be. That's why I was expecting batshit crazy stuff to be coming from his mouth. Come over here, brothers all based. Hell yeah, man. Preach it.
Everyone, this is Nico from Unicorn Riot. So we have the end.
Thank you, Nico.
March. You saw the march, a few thousand folks. We had some connection issues in and out. So if you didn't catch the whole thing, check out our website, unicornriot.ninja. Go to the live channel. Check out this out on YouTube, Twitter, and across the social media sphere. You just heard the rabbi talking about equating.
It's not called a yarmulke?
Different folks
to earn
has some kind of different designation. Bagheera with the sub.
You deserve to educate your children in a great
DJ Dub giving out a gift sub
from gun violence.
I was like, that was wild.
High quality, affordable health.
Bagheera coming out here being based.
To one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people,
what's going on here tonight? Crystal Cat.
To live paycheck to paycheck.
Good evening. Welcome in. Love your avatar. Is that a unicorn cat farting? Or are you riding a unicorn cat farting?
Care about every day.
A rainbow. Farting a rainbow.
Care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walls, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community.
Venus, you know what that means, right?
Will not be easy. Which brings me to you know who.
If you're a Trump supporter and you don't like Israel,
it's like an old boyfriend.
What might the reason be for that?
Who you broke up with, but he just won't go.
I love it, Crystal Cat.
He has spent the last 4 years trying to get back into a relationship with the American.
That is coming to the right conclusion for all the wrong reasons.
Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country.
I am a single cat daddy.
Trump is a chaos agent.
You want to see one of them?
On himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that, we're not going back. Kamala Harris.
Yeah, he's like, why'd you put me down?
Will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats.
I got 3 of them.
Lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats.
I mean, Bagheera, we can agree on that one as well.
And secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now.
I would assume, oh goddamn Flash.
Will protect Social Security, protect Medicare.
You're right.
Protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions.
He always does that. Like, not that specifically, but he always has a...
MAGA Republican.
Like, he repeats a thing over and over again.
But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are...
Pritzker is the last billionaire to go under the boards.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is that agreeable to everybody in chat? Pritzker is the last one.
Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our...
I was going to say Cuban next to last, but there's probably some that keep their mouths shut that aren't as bad as Cuban.
The scripture...
But Pritzker is the last one.
Weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power.
You're doing it again.
Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep. Wake up the next day and do it all over again until joy.
Fair enough, Nathan. Fair enough.
Joy.
I mean, as long as we get it done. Pat Lamar is greater than Kamala, and I will agree with that 100%.
76 days left. There are only 76 days left.
He's better than a lot of Democratic representatives I can think of, but he's also a lot worse than a lot of Democratic representatives I can think of. Pretty in the middle with Jeffries.
Or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th president of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
Want to go put your shoes on?
Yes.
Let's go outside.
Ruby is 2 years old. I'm starting to think, will she be an iron worker like her dad? I hate to break it to you, but I'm not a billionaire. Donald Trump talked a big game about bringing jobs back to America, but it was all talk. Like Foxconn.
This is the eighth wonder of the world.
Foxconn, by most estimates, has not even come close to meeting expectations.
This whole project was a scam. He is not looking out for the residents. He's looking out for himself.
Thank you. I fucking...
$2 trillion.
I was agreeing with you, though, Nunya.
On his billionaire buddies and big corporations. It makes me angry.
Totally, but I'm not gonna do it again.
And he wants to do that again. Trump talked a massive game about infrastructure. What a joke.
They're all like, murder is illegal, isn't it? This is the Bible. I'm like, you know, like the Code of Hammurabi predates the Bible, right?
Looking out for, not us, not my family. You know who got it done?
But you think that people just went around murdering people?
History.
And for the Bible?
Fancy word for jobs. Not just union work.
For the Ten Commandments?
Small business.
That's what it is, the Ten Commandments. And
communities are starting to thrive again.
Both cats sitting right next to each other.
Are easy.
They're ass to ass.
Kamala Harris helped deliver the largest job growth in American history. Wages are higher. Manufacturing is booming. We're building roads, bridges, airports again. That's a fact. And we have healthcare.
Exactly, Flash.
America is strong.
And that's one of the reasons why, like, oh, this looks like the Last Supper. No, Christianity just rips off its symbolism from other. They really are sitting butt to butt. If you can see him. Yeah, you can't even really see him.
Please welcome the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Oh, good. Fuck, we're wrapping up early tonight. Thank fucking God. I'm so hungry. Mr. Sprunk, good evening. Welcome back, my friend. Yeah, could you not have a pedophile speak at your convention?
Thank you.
Now, somebody pointed out earlier, having Bill Clinton speak at this convention is like having LBJ speak at the 1996 convention for Bill Clinton. That's the time difference.
Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to
Bill Clinton's younger than Trump, I'm pretty sure. Yes.
joined us, have been up here on the stage, and I hope they feel.
Yeah, because Bill Clinton was president 30 years ago.
I've seen.
No, 25.
Even I have to.
And is still younger than both Biden and Trump.
Get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And
Unfortunately, OJ died.
But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better.
Oh, yeah, this is the greatest Republican president.
I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president.
Fucking Clinton isn't all there anymore.
And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And
for those of you who are unaware, he was a pretty damn good public speaker.
Alliances for peace.
They called him Slick Willie for a reason.
He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And
Bill Clinton talked about a ceasefire.
George Washington knew that, and he did it.
He said he had a Slick Willie.
The standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And
they are absolutely scared to death of Taylor Swift.
And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden.
Abattoir, good evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Bill Clinton was like the closest we came to having a peace deal with Israel and Palestine.
Infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
And you're still younger than Joe Biden.
Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. Two leaders with all-American, but...
Yeah, Trump might have animated Taylor to get into this.
It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. Two leaders who spent a lifetime...
Two leaders!
...getting the good job done.
Make mine sun-kissed.
One of the things that I've noticed...
Dougie! I'm sorry. No, stay with us. Yeah, you missed Stevie Wonder.
Election is unique in several ways.
Miss Stevie Wonder comes in for Bill Clinton.
Job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly,
there was like a Fanta commercial, I think in the early 2000s. It was like Wanta Fanta, and like that's what goes through my head every time I hear somebody say Fanta.
That every 4 years we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a...
How many people did I make sing that song in their head?
Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart?
What's Bill wearing under that suit? The pins.
Security and stability and freedom that we enjoy, and extend it to others as we can. We, the people, we have to make a decision.
Don, good evening.
These kind of questions. And every 4 years...
Yeah, it had like 3 girls. It would have been like around Spice Girl time.
Come at the candidate.
Dream, when like girl bands were a big thing. It had like 3 girls holding the Fantas.
Solve them. Here are our opportunities.
I wonder if he can still play. Bill, play us some sax.
Are our fears. Ease them. Here are our dreams. Help them come true.
Hit us with that sweet sax. We might be a little less mad at you for being a pedophile.
A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together.
Mr. Sprague.
Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us.
I don't know of any medical issues. He could just be fucking old.
We got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me.
Maybe you guys just have dirty minds.
Kamala Harris.
You live in sexual anarchy?
And the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that
he smoked too many cigars.
And I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems.
He is shaking.
Seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase.
He is shaking a lot.
You know,
he fucking inhaled.
When she was young.
Let him put a cigar in my pussy. I said bussy, not pussy.
Every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power.
You can pop it in the Discord, Nanya.
Still asking, how can I help you? I will be...
That's true, Dougie. There are other things that cause tremors.
So happy when she actually enters the White House as president because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's.
All right. Here's their idea on this one, Orb. He was popular with people like my grandmother.
Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does.
So if they've got somebody that maybe went with Bush, would be disillusioned with Trump, and they want to reanimate them, a Bill Clinton would be good for that.
Other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art.
He is so. To put it in context, basically, we had Little John, we've had all this hip music and stuff, and Bill Clinton is kind of there for the boomers.
For well over 23 years from the White House. Not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant.
Yeah, it meant a lot for this country, sir. Your deregulation of the banks led to the financial crisis. Your deregulation of media has made my life infinitely worse. That 1996 Comms Act, motherfucker.
One of the reasons.
Talk about that crime bill, too.
One of the reasons I love
That's on your legacy. Oh, what about welfare reform?
Is that in the
Would you like me to go on?
Even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to do.
Rwanda is another one.
There's some
Bagheera coming with some fire. Thank you for being here, my friend.
Is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament.
I put W on
yes,
Al Gore not fighting.
To get something done.
Normalize ska. I fucking love ska.
I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself.
If you like ska, I want you to check out. Let me verify I have their name correct.
Hear him. Don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes.
My Son the Hurricane. Check them out.
Vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies.
Check out My Son the Hurricane.
Opening up before he walks out on stage like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me.
She would oversee it, yeah.
When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to...
Oh, you want some ska-related puns? Well, My Son the Hurricane has a song called Mr. Holland's Locust. There you go.
I believe in this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1.
That sounds about right. Yep, yeah, DJ Dub, yeah, that too.
I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team.
Yeah, that should be happening shortly.
Even the most
Tim Walz will be accepting the nomination.
of us and what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care.
The housing problem is a little more complicated than that.
Monthly payments.
Not just build more houses.
And a $2,000
But that is needed as well.
out-of-pocket limit. And are trying to.
We got a lot of empty houses. We got a lot of Airbnbs people are renting out and shit. A lot of people with multiple homes.
Small businesses.
Sit empty that shouldn't be.
We need still to strengthen our.
I don't know. What do you say, Nathan?
I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face.
You can't just build and let more corporate landlords move in.
The respect that existed for us.
Bunder Monkey.
There. The presidents of North Korea and Russia.
You're not the first one to wander in here and go, oh no, Bill Clinton.
I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And
I don't know about Lil Wayne anymore. He's lost his goddamn mind.
One of the things is when he's
drank too much lean or something.
To the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they saying?
Are you on the square?
To these endless tributes.
Are you on the level?
The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
Bill's getting cooking now.
I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful.
Oh, I love that kitty.
More inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead.
Well, compared to Trump and Biden, I probably would take Clinton. No, I'd take Biden still.
She made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president.
Oh yeah, Gristle Cat. Thank you for the follow.
As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school.
I probably would have already flipped back to the protests. Unicorn Riot has lost signal again.
Armed with her first decision.
Yeah, Warlord. Be glad you don't have a
An interesting
sex pest like Clinton in your royal family.
You're feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years.
Well, right now is about the time shit would be popping off.
Opposition. We have to find a way to go forward together.
Hot smells when I'm cooking.
Where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's
Bill talking about trafficking and kids.
The fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that.
Because we know Bill's had several abortions.
And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as
Or is paid for them.
advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty.
Just want to point it out. That's Bill Clinton's autograph right there.
We got to make home.
There's a young JustinFREAKIN.
For everyone.
There's a much younger than what you're seeing right now, Bill Clinton.
She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote.
I would assume Hillary is very much on the market. I can't imagine this marriage is more than on paper.
Implied that it's
But what do I know?
people voted one more time, they'd be able
What game you gonna stream?
on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us. When we thought...
Seriously, he's taking way too long.
When people got distracted...
I take back what I said about getting out of here early.
Or overconfident.
He's going to end up speaking longer than the vice president.
Brutal.
The vice presidential candidate.
I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy.
Do I even follow your channel, Media Winch? Surely.
But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are
I think we were on status quo on Monday.
at distracting us.
That's not the first time somebody has told Willie to wrap it up.
At triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, They are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then.
What you call a double entendre?
Gotta be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect.
Jimmy Carter is just barely alive. He's in hospice care, and they had his grandson on Monday.
Ask for their help and then follow our leader.
It was very bad. It was poor quality.
How can I?
Not their work, but the signal was poor quality.
We Democrats.
It was very choppy. Unicorn Right had much better
massive
signal last night.
Massive advances.
Curious, sir. Good evening.
But there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate.
He has said he wants to stay alive to vote for Kamala Harris. So I'm hoping he makes it. He's going to be 100 like October 7th.
How many more?
Why did that date stick in my head? I don't know if that's when it is.
And everyone since. But no. 72. Lord, I'm getting old.
October 1st.
I want you to know.
He'll be 100 on October 1st.
If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them
wow, Media Witch,
the fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life.
It's the day some Israeli teenagers started smoking about a year ago. Sorry, I butchered that one. Michael, good evening. What did Tennessee? Same thing, Arkansas.
From a man who once had the honor to be called.
No, he's still not done.
Man from Hope. We need.
I wonder how many women have been like, is he finally done in this man's life?
So.
God damn it, Bill.
I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
So Venus, I don't know the one. Juanita Broderick has accused him of rape, and I don't want to say I don't want to believe an accusation, but like, she's not a credible person. And then the other one is Paula Tripp. Was that what her name was? Paula Jones. And apparently that was consensual, and the right-wing media got a hold of her and got her to say it was non-consensual. Or she like lied to her husband, and then the right-wing media picked it up. That was it. Linda was the trip. Okay. That was the woman that recorded her. Or recorded Monica.
And
yeah.
Leave here without giving a shout out to the amazing.
Wait a minute, Mindy Kaling's still here?
State, Massachusetts. I love you, Massachusetts. Everyone is always hating on us, but they just don't get it. Go Sox. Go Jason Tatum. Ben Affleck, hang in there. Dunkin' Donuts is the best coffee in the world. Okay.
Booker and Kaling were the hosts tonight.
Woman to ever serve as Speaker of the House.
That's weird. Does anybody else find that weird? For the reason Sparkles stated earlier.
Before Brat was Brat, the mother of dragons, please welcome Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy upstages Bill. Wow. I figured we'd get some other kind of entertainment. And then it'd be walls.
Hello, California. Hello, Maryland.
Tanneries?
Hello, Democrats.
Targaryen?
On January 20th, 2020,
Nancy deserves a titty slap.
of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times.
And in case you guys don't know, Nancy's got some nice titties. Don't make me show them to you.
Deliver millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband,
I might actually really enjoy
child tax credit,
giving her a titty
human
slap.
pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe.
What's Daenerys Targaryen?
And I know that
Oh, Oregon gal. Oh, fuck.
ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris.
You ready to eat your words?
Personally, I know her a person of deep faith.
There's a reason why I know Nancy has nice titties.
Service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy. Most recently demonstrated fighting for a woman's right to choose.
Get it, Granny.
Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as president. I had the honor of serving with
She looks like she died 4 days ago.
In the-
She did in that picture. She looks better now.
Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue.
She does look a little,
He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the affordable.
I know I'm terrible, Oregon gal.
His constituents.
I'm well aware.
Republicans' lies.
Cancel Justin.
When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress.
I was complimenting them.
Our Americans' heroes.
She's a good-looking lady.
Of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you.
She's got 2 left boobs.
January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock.
I know she's 80.
So gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully.
I'm sorry,
betrayed
Snicks.
His oath of office. Let us not.
I have not yet, Venus, but
on
I'm kind of trying.
He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day.
Yeah, I'm not mocking her. She does look fantastic.
And thank God we had a Democratic House.
It was energetic tonight until fucking Bill Clinton sucked the air out of the room.
We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on
He
certain
picked it up kind of the end of the speech,
on the
though.
floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed.
He ended strong. He kind of started a little,
January 6th
a little shaky.
reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders
My left tit is bigger.
in free and fair elections who respect
Yeah, this left tit. This one's bigger.
transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor
Liver Snicks, Venus. Calling out the livers tonight. Aw, there's nothing wrong with pancake titties.
7th as our national.
I'll eat some pancakes all day long.
We gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
That sounded like it was like kind of creepy towards you.
We are called
I just meant in general. I like pancakes.
Stand together to reject autocracy.
And boobies of all different sizes.
Choose democracy. And we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
Oh, don't be ashamed, Snicks.
Senate electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States.
Which I'm amazed they don't make you like strip down like it's Scarface
Kamala Harris as the President of the United States.
while you're at work. I'm surprised not all of you are sitting in there in your underwear. You naked under the lab coat?
Please welcome Alexander Hudlin, Jasper Emhoff, and Arden Emhoff.
All right, so we're going to get out of here early. Or earlier than we have.
Kamala Harris is our auntie.
She'll be a president who cares for all of us.
They're the
She'll lift us up.
Family of Doug and Kamala.
Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9.
One's a nephew.
But I knew enough to be
Lib Snicks.
concerned. Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal, to exchanging stories and jokes.
Sorry, there's a toddler above me.
About being
So
present in what's important.
sometimes.
And I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be broadcasting on Friday from the Trump rally where RFK is going to endorse Trump.
Perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
I don't know, the kid's never doing anything when you're here.
You're a baller. And as you'd say,
It's like it's at night. It's right now is when the kids go on full throttle. I mean, I don't mind. I don't give a shit. It like freaks me out sometimes.
Please welcome nominee for U.S. Congress in California, Latifah Simon.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Hello, Democrats!
Apparently, Unicorn Riot has wrapped up for the night.
Latifah Simon, and I am running for Congress. And I'm here tonight to tell you all about the Kamala Harris that I know. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, tell us about it.
When Kamala Harris was the district attorney in San Francisco, California. I was a teen mother running an organization working to end sex.
Yes, RFK would have endorsed her if she gave him a cabinet position.
To build the self-determination and power among those girls.
I wonder if they offered to let him be an ambassador somewhere. Like, okay, you can be an ambassador, blah, blah, blah. And he turned that down.
Asked me to join her team. And I joined her team. She saw my potential.
I love her glasses.
Commitment and the good work that we could do together.
Oh God, Josh Shapiro is next. We're not even to the God damn it.
The hands of sexual
I thought we were gonna get Walls next.
I saw scores of mothers who lost their babies to gun violence lining
Nathan.
after day at the court.
And it was me. I was that kid.
Speak to Kamala because they knew that she would hear them, that she would truly see them, because there's something about Kamala Harris. For those who know her, you know. When she hears your story,
I don't think ambassadors are spies, Snicks.
when she sees you,
It is predominantly a ceremonial position.
she truly sees you.
Yeah, there's more to come.
She is the best among
This
us.
is Latifah Simon,
After working with Kamala Harris day
candidate for Congress out of California.
years to create programs that support
Curiouser loves that stupid Cheddar Goblin movie.
the system once and for all with good jobs. With
Flash, you're a spy.
she wanted
Oh,
to get to the
fuck, Venus. No,
broken
a
criminal
spy wouldn't tell us they're a spy unless they're trying to trick a dumb person like me.
early and she left late every single day because, you know, like those mothers, like those sexual assault survivors.
I love you guys.
When she goes
Group chat hug.
that Oval Office, when she goes into that Oval Office, I guarantee you she will take all of us with her. All of us. The single mothers, the disabled,
Like my Fu Manchu.
the low-income folks who are dying to survive, the immigrants who are trying.
Nico tweeted out like the LGBTQ is gay, or maybe just LGBT is gay, or something. Oh, come get a hug, Curiouser. Oh no, you're probably at work right now, aren't you?
That is the Kamala Harris that I know so deeply. That is the Kamala Harris that I love. A woman.
But like just saying LGBT is gay.
A woman.
I was like,
woman.
yeah?
The people. Good night, Democrats.
Good night, Latifah.
Please welcome former U.S. Associate Attorney General of the United States and the Vice President's brother-in-law, Tony West.
$35 ago.
Oh, he's married to the general. Okay. That's how that works.
Maya Harris. We became best friends, but
Big Sister General.
Kamala tells the story. We'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same value.
And her sister's name is Maya.
Equal opportunity.
Maya Rudolph is going to play her on SNL.
A passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls. Values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. You know, one of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon.
I don't know, they charged for this.
The house was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday.
Maybe seats on the floor
But not
or
Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that
no, they probably have to have some kind of ticketing system.
that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter.
We had Stevie Wonder and Little John.
The judge agreed.
That's a fucking party.
And within minutes, that woman was released back to her family that night.
If it was 1990.
It may seem small, but that's what it means to stand up for justice. That's what it means to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when
We're like 97. That's when Kid Rock was busting on the scene.
to fight for.
Hogan was doing the NWO.
And look, believe me when I tell you, as a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight.
I hate Hulk Hogan. I love Macho Man.
Attorney General.
Macho Man hates Hulk Hogan. You're hated.
Of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as president, I know she'll fight for you. She'll fight.
Well, we know the reason why Hogan doesn't like Harris.
Friends, when Kamala fights,
I was such a big Roddy Piper fan.
Thank you. God bless you.
Roddy Piper made his in-ring return in like 2003. They announced it the week before, and me and my buddy were like, well, we're going. So I got to see Roddy Piper wrestle. It was only like a minute long, too. But I've seen Roddy Piper wrestle.
Is a crime against all of us.
Fuck.
The work that she.
When Iron Sheik died, I found out it was a work. He actually loved Hulk Hogan. They were best friends.
To make a life for themselves and their families.
When Kamala Harris came into office in 2011, the most urgent.
I felt like I'd been lied to when I found out that Iron Sheik didn't hate Hulk Hogan.
Closure crisis.
For too many Californians.
He would tweet about him like every other fucking day.
Have been dashed. Victims have fallen prey to a series of mortgage scams, fraud, and unfair.
No, I've actually seen pictures of them together, hugging it up and everything.
We had to sue the banks and see through a lengthy litigation process.
When Kamala was sitting at the table negotiating, it wasn't just about the money. It was about.
Fuck no Hulk Hogan.
I vividly remember her thinking about Mommy, who could finally afford to buy her first home, and how.
Oh God, I can't believe we still got Josh Shapiro to go.
Kamala knew what was at stake for families and even whole communities.
We are very proud to announce a tremendous victory.
Oh, they put Bill on earlier to make sure the geriatrics that might fall asleep get to see him. That's it.
American is worthy of the promise and the prosperity of this country.
Well, Snicks, to be fair, that was stupid on me to think two wrestlers actually hated each other.
So she can have a big
but
impact.
The Iron Sheik was like in interviews, like on Howard Stern, talking about his hatred for Hulk Hogan.
Together.
In the Senate,
years and years after, they're done wrestling.
Because it is about protecting our nation's security. And Kamala hit the ground running.
Jesse Ventura fucking hates him, you goddamn right.
Did you have
Question marks. Good evening.
with Russian officials for any reason during the campaign that have
Hogan is the scab to hate.
Call it. I need to be correct as best I can.
I do want you to be
and
honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes.
I'm glad we were rid of Jeff Sessions relatively quickly.
Was historic, and she earned the respect of colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
Kamala, as a senator, was a truth teller. She was there to expose what some of these guys were and what they intended to do.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Oh, fuck me. Media Witch is on.
I'm not a.
Now, she's going to be playing video games. I'm probably going to be the more entertaining one.
What hit them?
Thank you very much.
And in those moments, so many people saw
Not to shit on Media
the
Witch.
first time and saw how tough she was.
Would you accept them recommending a charging decision to you if they had not reviewed the evidence?
Well, that's a question for Bob Mueller. He's the U.S. attorney.
I think you've made it clear, sir.
She is cuter.
The evidence, and we can move.
Much better looking.
When she's on a mission, she is determined and relentless.
When our fundamental values are being attacked, do we retreat or do we fight? I say we fight.
If you want to go forward in this country, not go backward, then there is only one choice.
Always spinning. That was Big Sister General. That was Maya. What was her name?
Please welcome Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
I like her. She's good. Yeah, Maya Rudolph. Can you feel it?
Hello, Chicago.
She looks too much like Amy Klobuchar for my taste.
Before
But she all right.
I was Nevada's Attorney General. And that's when I met Kamala Harris, my colleague in California. Now, we bonded over many things. And working together, I quickly learned what kind of person she is.
She's Amy Klobuchar, but better.
Here's how I know. As AGs, we took on the big
No, she was good when we watched the debate of her.
crisis. And let me tell you, Kamala did not settle for less than homeowners deserved. Her leadership helped win billions for working families nationwide.
Other than that, I don't really know much about her.
For families, that's Kamala Harris. Kamala and I also worked to protect our southern border. During that time, Kamala invited a group of AGs across the border to meet with Mexican officials. Now, we worked together to put transnational criminals and drug smugglers behind bars. Holding criminals accountable, that's Kamala Harris. Listen, and when we took on human trafficking,
Marge Simpson wore it better.
Kamala had us meet with survivors.
That's that outfit she kept sewing over and over again.
Who we were fighting for. Standing up for justice, that's Kamala Harris. So trust me when I say I know.
What was it? The Eyes of Tammy Faye?
And our freedoms. Now, we must fight for her.
That was a really good movie.
Vote matters.
Oh shit, I've missed some Purgatoris.
In 2016, Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico, to serve as the first Latina in the United States Senate.
Is she the first Latina?
I'll tell you what. And in 2022, my re-election came down to 7,928 votes. Because of voters in Nevada, the Democrats won the Senate majority.
Seriously, she's like
I'm here to tell you, we can do it again.
Amy Klobuchar, but less off-putting.
To the White House. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, let's hope she's less abusive to staff.
Welcome, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Wasn't Klobuchar through a phone? It was like a rotary phone or something, dude, like an old school phone.
Thank you.
Well, you got to be in order to succeed. A stapler. That's what it was.
Philadelphia.
In order to succeed in politics, you got to be like a fucking
from a king,
sociopath or a psychopath.
On a path of self-determination.
To have a thick enough skin.
Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter,
he threw the red phone.
Story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today,
did AK get banned? Does anybody remember?
Writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris.
Apparently this motherfucker wanted to be president.
Her entire career making progress.
But he thought he was going to get into some kind of jungle primary and come out.
Guardrails wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not.
And yes, I agree with your assessment on RFK.
Freedom to tell women what they can do with their...
Fortunately, he is going to be around for a while.
And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
Be nice if he stays in Pennsylvania.
The kind of real freedom.
But he's probably going to go to the Senate or some shit.
Has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community. So that
I haven't looked into the claim, but apparently he helped
and get home safely to her.
Cops cover up a murder as a suicide.
Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry.
See, I think I'm better with Fetterman than Shapiro, but I don't know.
Breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected.
The chat is subscriber only and emote only. That's sad.
Real freedom that comes when she can.
Apparently, Girl Dick has an exquisite mouthfeel.
Where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights.
Oh man, I wish I could go over there and tell them to come to us and watch here.
That are on the line, and you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to...
He's the man in the boat.
And on our For You pages around 3 basic American principles. We value our freedom. We cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our...
Is that an Obama thing to point at the crowd like that?
I want you to know, I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work.
I had hope I'd be eating pizza by now.
This election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms?
Fuck yeah, I'm not high enough for this shit.
Our democracy. And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
Please welcome author, activist, and youngest presidential inaugural poet in America.
Oh, Amanda Gorman.
Amanda Gorman.
Hello, ma'am. It's been about 4 years since I've seen you.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall for a people that cannot stand together.
The 2017 National Youth Poet Laureate.
We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now.
Rolled my eyes at the tired line.
Rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but
Hit me with a good one after it.
A dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, won from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. we redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it.
Corwin, good evening. Fantastic job. That was Amanda Gorman, 2017 Youth Poet Laureate. I rolled my eyes at Audacity of Hope, and then she hit me with the virality of our vote. I'm like, that's good. That's a good line.
I heard. The word is called freedom. Can you tell me what it means?
Interesting. Let me think about that for a second.
The spirit of freedom.
Did kind of look like that outfit that
Yeah.
what's her name that
Freedom.
I'm only on the second one of the prequels.
The ability to laugh with
The young lady that's like
Go where you want to go.
fucked Anakin's head up when he was a kid. And then she's the princess in the second one. Or whatever the fuck.
Having your own words and being able to do what you want to.
The freedom.
I'm butchering Star Wars.
Raised.
People that are fucking Star Wars fans are like, oh my god, what is he talking about?
Can turn to my partner, my husband, and say I love you with every being of my soul.
Being able to start a family when I want to.
Princess Leia's the old school one.
That I want to go to the church that I want to.
Not everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, it's the one place where you can...
Chewbacca.
The big, fantastic thing about America is that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
I grew up
C-3PO,
and she really
Ewok.
These qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is
Bender. We're just saying Star Wars names
go to
now.
college if you want
And then Bender, you know.
opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are.
He'll start his own Star Wars. Blackjack and hookers.
Is about having the ability to make choices about your medical care and do whatever you want to do with your life without anybody telling you if it's good or not.
We are in an incredible moment in history. We've seen women stripped of their most fundamental right.
If that is my one critique about this,
The freedom to make choices about your body
about this convention,
Career.
is there's not been enough focus on healthcare.
entirely in your control.
But I have found,
and that makes me think that healthcare won't be a priority for this administration.
That you find a way
and
to
that's
move
sad.
forward under ugly and scary circumstances.
The work that lies ahead is to make America live up to its highest ideals. And, we're proud to go to work.
I don't know what is a bigger issue.
Really depends on all
in this country
coming together.
Than
we have to
medical care. I mean, we got a lot of fucking issues
for everyone.
I don't think we're as divided as we seem.
Let's come.
He did things he said he was going to do, Venus.
Nation.
I feel like we are on the verge of something very amazing in this country.
It makes me want to fight for our children.
I don't know. I'd have to look at like the policy platform and shit. Yada yada.
If not
You put me on the spot right now.
I believe in a
I
future
know I'm usually pretty good on the spot.
feel safe no matter where she is in the country.
A future that is filled with a healthy and vibrant planet where families are not separated by fences or...
I know that, in terms of COVID, he did exactly what he said he was going to do. Reopen the fucking country.
Younger than me.
Get us back to normal.
I teach can chase their dreams and believe in what they want to be.
I want a future for him that
What do you think that he didn't deliver on?
everyone should think about what we can leave to the next generation.
'Cause I can't think about what his promises were in 2020 at the moment. I'm drawing a blank.
Do.
My name's Tyler,
My name's Yvette.
Nothing will fundamentally change. Yeah, he delivered exactly on that.
I'm Alex.
I'm Kiara.
We went back to a slightly less neoliberal order
From Water
with a more robust labor movement.
from East Tennessee.
And we believe in the
That's something.
We believe in a better world for our child, and we believe in this country.
My name is Karen, and I believe in justice.
My name is Nancy.
My name is Thur.
My name is Jennings.
My name is Dana,
My name is Todd.
and we believe in freedom.
My name is Gina, and I believe in freedom.
My name is Pat, and I believe in the freedom.
They did get marijuana rescheduled. Finally, it's taken long enough. It is not in effect yet. I don't believe.
Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Who? This woman needs to apologize for a lot of things.
Good evening, everybody!
She's Gail King's friend. She's got swag, absolutely.
Who says you can't go home again?
Oh yeah, it is in Chicago.
After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to
She's probably had a lot of work done, hasn't she?
what matters.
But then again, there's also the black don't crack thing.
And all of us Americans, freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them. People who want to scare
She looks exactly like she did 40 years ago.
rule you. People who'd have
Well, no.
that books are dangerous and assault
She
rifles.
looks exactly like she did 20 years ago.
That there's a
Throughout the 90s, she fluctuated a lot.
wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer.
A Noise Camaro?
Here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us.
Oh, she needs a titty slap.
Come on now. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors...
I love Nathan with the awesome ska
same boat now.
facts in the chat.
Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are.
When did she stop doing her talk show?
Knew that the work is not done.
No, like it moved to a network, like her own network. I think it was called OWN.
America is an ongoing project.
And I think that flopped.
It requires
Quesadilla, good evening.
open to the hard work
Kanye, good evening.
of democracy. And every
Looking young again. Did she look old a few years ago?
standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin,
Socialist Don, good evening.
Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and
Meat cakes. I told you good evening, didn't I? Back at the very beginning of all this.
and sweet home Chicago, Illinois.
She's just naming states she has houses in.
I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality.
That's you got to be singing Woody.
I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best.
He's excited.
And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion.
I'd say not a lot, Nathan.
We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady.
Oprah don't have any kids, does she? I feel like we would know if she had kids. They'd be all Willow Smith up in our faces.
Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations.
Is Oprah still famous?
Civilized.
Like, do the kids know who Oprah is?
See, and it is the best of America.
I was singing it too, Corwin.
Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us
but like,
for one reason.
If you're 20 years old, do you even know who Oprah is?
To anybody else, because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make
Stone Cold Crazy.
They are the best of America. I want to talk now about
how many fucking song titles you gonna drop?
Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school.
You gotta have a specific type of temperament to do politics.
Gail Etienne and Leona Tate.
It's like Michelle Obama. She could be president if she wanted to.
Papered.
I don't think she wants to at all.
To block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail. The New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers, and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me,
Yeah, that hair is awesome.
at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at
How many poor people
and empower the people at
had
the
to give their hair to make that weave, though?
look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon,
Oprah's weave is a job creator.
soon and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants.
The purple does look good on her.
How this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
Oprah brought down the house. Shit. I wasn't that moved by what she said, but it fucking went over great with the crowd.
You know,
He might. Harris walked out, not one.
this election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me. And what we want our futures to
Everybody gets a ballot.
There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain...
Is she a meme?
Says if we just go to the polls this one time.
Oh, I guess the Oprah. Oh, yes, that is a meme. Yeah.
You're looking at a...
That's where the kids know Oprah from.
proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So
Well, I can't imagine that's ever been Republican in your life.
independent.
Well,
And
he is rich.
all you undecideds. You know this is true.
You probably voted for Bush in 2000 and regretted it.
Values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything,
Probably Mox. That's a good idea. But then again, like, wasn't she campaigning for Obama a lot and shit back in 2008? It seemed like she was on the Obama train.
just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans.
Don't remember Oprah campaigned for no Hillary.
We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America.
He wasn't rich when Reagan was happening.
Optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor.
In 2004 is Carrie.
Choose joy. Because that's the best of America.
Like I said, I shouldn't have been the one to answer, should I have?
Let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America.
Melanie, good evening.
And together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you.
Couch, don't let JD Vance in here. She set the place on fire. Wow. It better be Walls, because how you going to who else is going to follow Oprah?
School loved Tim Walls.
Yeah, I mean, Tim was jovial.
When he would start teaching, it was like
this poor dude, he has to follow Oprah.
Help, but be interested in what he was talking about.
He seemed to care about everybody in his class.
He knew everyone's name.
He wanted to know what interested you, how to engage you, what you were excited about, what you're feeling bad about.
Mr. Walls was my geography and social studies teacher.
Mr. Walls was my football.
We have Oprah to thank for Dr. Phil.
We were doing the high school.
That's one of the things that Oprah needs to fucking apologize for. All the goddamn kooks she has thrusted on us.
He always seems like that person that's got the never-ending
Dr. Oz.
When I decided to come out as gay, we started the Gay Straight Alliance. Tim Walls was the faculty.
Yep.
We saw him not only as a teacher, but a mentor and a leader.
Oprah owes us a lot of apologies.
In helping build this community. And he's a big reason why I became a teacher myself.
We have Donahue to thank for Oprah? Really? Or are you just saying like Donahue paved the way? Or did he personally have a hand?
Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
Is Pearson supposed to speak tonight, Snicks? Donahue was kind of based.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship the length of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives...
Springer was the mayor of Cincinnati at one point in time, and he had a show on Air America.
...was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away...
It wasn't that good.
...and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle...
Yeah, Donahue got fired for MSNBC against speaking out against Iraq.
...lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got...
For having people on that spoke out against Iraq.
...started with these 3
This is Governor Wes Moore of Maryland.
Gov, it's Kamala.
Oh, Crystal Cat, that's the number to call in, but I'm not taking calls tonight.
President,
usually we let right-wingers call in and...
every step of the way.
Mouth off.
Now, I joined the Army...
Twirl in the wind.
When I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs.
I don't hate lefties. I just rather talk to people that disagree with me. I'm like Sam Cedar, hoping for a libertarian caller at 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon.
And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand.
I want that one libertarian to call in to Sam. Like, I specifically want him to call in and Sam to destroy him.
With the Almighty God's grace,
the one that I told I wanted the cops to beat the fuck out of him.
Of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take...
Melanie, I absolutely do not hate you.
Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks.
If by hate you mean have a giant crush on.
Because that is the story of America.
Fuck left-handed people.
Patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know
harsh but fair.
Perfect. The unevenness.
Fair enough, Flash. Are you even a lefty if you don't hate other lefties?
I'm skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join.
We've been on for 5 hours, so I don't know how bad the delay is on YouTube. I have no clue what you're hun.
You're not wanted.
Cosmic Fox.
And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrists at 11 years old, who now stands before you as...
That happens sometimes too, Cosmic Fox.
...black governor in the history of our state.
Especially some of that shit, like the discourse you'll be engaged in on Twitter. Like, I'll look at what you're saying, I'm like, I have no clue the people she's talking about.
It's the story. It's the story of a prosecutor.
I'll just scroll on by.
Who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right.
I'm so hungry right now.
Veteran. My brother and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Here we go.
And now, Tim knows that in the...
He ain't coming out yet? What the fuck?
You count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake up until Election Day.
Lasagna soup sounds awesome.
75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days in a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for. And those who come after us that they deserve. and 75 days and a wake up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you. God bless you. And
it's election day on a Tuesday again this year. I hate it when that happens. I like a ricotta cottage mixture.
South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Oh my God. It can be Tuesday, but it should be a national holiday. Yeah, Orb.
Thank you. Good evening.
We're supposed to kill you? I thought we were supposed to wake you up when September ends.
Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying.
God, I thought he was introducing Tim Walz.
Me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States.
I never thought I'd be against, like, the first openly gay presidential candidate. But my God.
It's about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch.
My mom always used cottage cheese in her lasagna.
Hoping we'll forget that the...
That's probably why I like to mix it, but like ricotta is objectively the better cheese.
Cut taxes for the...
For pasta and red sauce.
And don't even get me started on his new...
I like that creaminess of the cottage as well.
At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count.
Ricotta is very rich.
You don't have kids. You have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country.
I make stuffed shells a lot. I'm a big fan of stuffed shells.
You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But
Orb, don't get me started. The chat knows.
This country was
fucking love goat cheese. Goddamn. I mean, I love any cheese.
Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling...
Fuck yeah, Orb. What kind you eating?
...and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness.
Goat cheese is the absolute fucking, like, best. Oh, my God.
America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes,
meat cakes, the government cheese. Is it like it's basically Velveeta? That's what Velveeta
doesn't have to be.
Basically, there's different.
Politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me
I like to
isn't made up of good people and bad.
Take some chicken,
of us is
bake it in some like Caesar dressing.
Things. And I believe,
and then get some bread. Usually I use like a
or the bad
bun.
Right now, the others.
I'm getting really tired, aren't I?
What is smallest within you? They're telling you that
goat cheese
comes from going back.
Tomato.
They're telling
Caesar
you
chicken.
Different from you is a threat.
A toasted bun.
They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong.
Dubliner cheese. What is Dubliner cheese?
I believe in a...
How are you throwing a cheese at me I don't know about?
Finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of
I had Nancy Pelosi bikini pics up.
And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also.
Oh, I've had their.
There is joy in it.
Butter before, and their butter is fucking amazing.
And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience.
I'm gonna have to grab me some of that.
Unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana.
Oh, I love an extra sharp cheddar, and especially like white cheddar.
I'm thinking of something much more basic.
Their fucking like, you don't think there's any difference in butters, but their fucking butter is amazing.
When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table.
Why can't we be doing C-SPAN calls right now?
It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant. And yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family.
Which is just like refreshing. It's so good on pizza.
It was literally impossible. As recently as 25 years ago when
I love a good smoked Gouda.
Growing up in Indiana, wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world.
Curious, sir, are you still in here? What was that Gouda I got the other day? It wasn't the other day now, it was like months ago.
This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real.
It was like some kind of something peppers smoked Gouda, and it was insanely good.
But
I got one that was apple, one that was jalapeno, like an apple smoked Gouda, and then I got like a jalapeno something smoked Gouda, I think.
And persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics, the kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality.
I'm so hungry.
I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it,
kitchen got food in it,
bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family,
I go, what's you?
The fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there. All of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match.
Hey now.
So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics.
Do they all get coached by the same people?
And offers us a better everyday.
Is there only like a handful of like
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents? That is
communications people that do democratic politics?
Decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we
Cosmic Fox, it's possible that I have a lactose intolerance and just ignore it.
Banning books. This is what we will work.
And I pay for it. I pay for it dearly.
And beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
They crank them out of the factory at MIT. Possibly. He looks so stiff walking away, too.
Seeing Governor Walz going to Congress and then becoming governor, I see the guy that was a first sergeant. I see a guy that's full of energy, always busy. And like he says, you get enough time to sleep when you're dead.
I first met Governor Walz and Congressman Walz when I was transitioning out of the Marine Corps.
I couldn't imagine living a life without dairy.
I wanted to know what the experience was of those that were actually using the GI Bill and how it could be improved. It seemed to be a continuation of focus on improving the lives of veterans.
Governor Walz in our unit always would say his catchphrase was, "We'll get it done." And we always did.
The way I've seen him carry himself.
Who's this Sam Diblinitis that you're talking about?
Excuse making, there's no scapegoat.
I completely fucked it up that time.
Walz has been that way and always will be that way.
Having Governor Walz on the House Veteran Affairs Committee was instrumental in getting the post 9/11 GI Bill not only introduced, but also passed.
When Governor Walz wants change, it'll happen. Back to the Guard. We'll get it done.
Please welcome EGOT-winning multi-platinum artist and activist, John Legend, and Queen of Percussion, Sheila E.
Oh, fuck, there's my Sheila E. Fuck yeah. Out of country, I don't know if you've been here, like, Sheila E. is like at every political event that we cover that has live music, and she always kills it. He's not doing a bad job. I can't believe John Legend is an EGOT winner. Sheila E. will give it some feeling. She's gonna do a breakdown here in a second.
Let's go! Come on, baby. I need everybody to get nuts with me. Come on. Are we on here? Come on. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm not hearing Sheila's cymbal. Fucking Sheila E. killing it as always. You should have just let her sing it. It should have just been a Sheila E. performance. It would have been better. Or is that just me?
Incredible. I just want to say I feel so motivated after tonight. It's like never been more clear that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are elected this November, they're going to protect our freedoms. The freedom to read whatever books you want. The freedom.
Oh, did you do a costume change?
And afford your rent. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect your freedom to
eventually we're going to get Tim Walz.
own terms. And if you ask me, that is something worth fighting for. So guys, let's do it. It's time. Let's nominate the next Vice President of the United States, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And to take us there And to take us there, please welcome to the stage Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Remember when Al Franken was the senator from Minnesota? Good times. Good times.
Okay. That was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next vote.
He's no Catherine Cortez Masto, let me tell you.
In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota,
This woman thinks she's got Riz, but she ain't got no Riz.
who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I'm
one headlight
alone. But in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So
yes, cringe.
Way back, he taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law,
I am not high enough for this shit.
Gwen, a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born.
Cosmic.
That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a
Grizzle cat.
pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense?
Doesn't Bill Maher still bring up Amy Klobuchar?
How to level the playing field.
Like when they were talking about who would replace Joe Biden, didn't Bill Maher go, Amy Klobuchar?
The likes of J.D. Vance. What you've done with your life matters. And what you do
I want to say he might have even floated like a Klobuchar Pence ticket or something.
Paid legal.
And like it was something crazy like that.
And the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history.
Which makes me think I want some of whatever the fuck Bill's smoking.
District in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much.
I've had this conversation. So technically, if you serve during a war,
Minnesota,
walls,
out of Lake Itasca,
trained soldiers, he served in war.
Starts small and it grows wider.
But he didn't serve in active combat. Because if you have to be in active combat in order to serve in war, that is taking away that distinction from a lot of people who are support. Are you telling me that someone who was on a battleship reading a radar didn't serve in war?
It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down.
Yeah, it might have been Amy Klobuchar and Liz Cheney. That might have been it.
To New Orleans, Louisiana.
But it was something crazy like that.
Our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to
From the river to the sea, right, Klob?
Let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Did she introduce him?
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
I thought we were getting Tim Walz.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you up.
But yeah, it's basically arguing semantics that he gave a speech and he said he carried a weapon of war in war.
I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So
It worked for me when I got on it, but I think that was like Sunday night.
coaching 7th grade basketball.
You want me to check Grindr right now?
Well, there was
I'm not in Chicago though,
couldn't
so.
afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off.
Tim and Gwen.
They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited.
Oh yeah, that dude messaged me back. I was like, I saw this dude. I was like, well, you're exactly the kind of dude I'd be into.
His leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team.
Messaged me back like 3 days later.
That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah.
What's the kind of guy that I think I'd be into? A black guy that looks like he listens to Mariah Carey. Yep. So Chris Brown. No, Chris Brown's into hitting Mariah Carey, isn't he? Were those two people human? That woman and that guy? They looked. Have you guys ever seen in Arrested Development?
All this got
when they try to like tease somebody about being a chicken? That's what they looked like.
We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods.
Oh, has he been good to Mariah Carey?
The kind of people who display quietly.
I just assume once a wife beater, always a wife beater, or a woman beater.
By bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well,
and what kind of guy am I talking about that listens to Mariah Carey? Cute little chubby black dude in a sweater vest. That's who that dude was.
Wonderful. Vice President. Thanks very much.
Out here,
I miss Nate Dogg. Goddamn.
we are reminded of the values we share. A commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz
Hold
grew
up.
up in a small
Wait.
town in Nebraska, where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to command sergeant.
How does...
Tim went to...
I don't understand how the Republicans criticize this motherfucker for his service. Served 24 fucking years.
Shared a classroom.
Trump dodged the draft.
Down the middle.
J.D. Vance served, what, 4?
A lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in.
They'll also tell you that he wasn't the head coach. He was an assistant coach
Straight Alliance
because he had a DUI.
agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, you know, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Well, they say that he not only lied about carrying a weapon of war, but they say that he lied about his rank, but he never did that either.
Working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans.
He served at a higher rank than what he retired under.
His focus has always been helping work.
I had explained by one of my military friends that, like, basically,
for the
if you, like, master sergeant or whatever it is, if they're not on base, if they're away doing something, like, they'll have a replacement that will serve in that position.
Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family, and one of the.
So he can say he served at that rank, but he retired at a lower rank. But it's just like the rank under it or whatever.
But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that
it was like a commander master super sergeant or something like that.
But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids.
Oh yeah, he absolutely did.
Treatments made it possible.
That's what this attack on his service is nonsense.
Daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family.
Puppy.
By getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And then,
Turkey's meat.
not in Minnesota, turkey special.
I'm okay with hunting as long as you
fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor, as he is.
You eat what you kill, you use the.
Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country.
You use the pelt.
And fight for what's right. Because that
Make use of the bones if you can.
is all about.
Two middle-class kids. One a daughter of Oakland, California. The other a son of the Nebraska plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together?
Well, I mean, like, the Republicans have completely lost the election themselves, to be honest with you. It was more winnable for them. They really shot themselves in the foot.
Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
Finally, welcome. All right, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nikki's really unlikable, so.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me.
Can I watch?
And for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids.
People were cheering Butte.
And none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut.
Why are you fighting affordable housing?
And helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from...
Is that Mary-Kate and Ashley?
We were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night, for a phone call, the pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family.
Aww.
Because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers.
Damn right.
But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad.
They're already calling him communist.
But I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together.
It was Walls' wife and kid that I was saying didn't look like real people.
They want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare.
Spaghetti.
They will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like tossing Cthulhu salad. What?
And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us.
It was dangerous.
4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching, every year we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is.
Donald Trump.
Don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work.
Getting close, Nathan.
So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead. Say it with me.
Yeah, probably the next 5 minutes here.
Going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president. She's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators.
About 33 2/3.
Taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people.
Play Freebird.
Exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris.
Curious, were you here for Stevie Wonder earlier?
Experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job.
Oh, you missed it. I wish he'd played another song. It was too short.
And do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom.
Orb, that's the thing. Tim Walz is not rich.
That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community.
This dude right here is the closest.
Nobody gets told they don't belong.
A presidential, vice presidential politician has ever been to my financial bracket.
He says, when we
by far.
When we fight. Thank you.
So they say he had like 300 grand in assets. Still young. If you're signaling to a leftist, someone who cares about farm issues, who cares about labor, Neil Young's the guy to go with. Me too, Cosmic Fox. But I mean, the next closest would be like Joe Biden at 10 million. $300 grand in assets, that's like my family, you know. My mom and dad. That is a bummer, Nathan. Why wouldn't Neil Young be the perfect song, Mox? Protest song to take on the system. Neil Young and Bruce Springsteen would both tell you they support the Democrats. I'm pretty sure Neil Young might not. Neil Young might be a crotchety old man. If I tell you go fuck yourself, oh, he does? Okay. I would, it's one of those, like, it's iffy, like, he could be on the RFK bandwagon. And I would think they had to get this cleared. So I would assume Neil gave his blessing, especially the way what Neil is. I knew he hated Trump. Of course, we were doing these band calls. Yeah, Neil is incredibly litigious about his music. So this is almost certainly authorized. I'm just saying, you get those old hippies, and you might not know. Oh, we still got the fucking valediction or invocation or whatever the fuck it's called. They gotta pray us out of here. The guy that wrote the song. How is it counted as, like, if dude from a small town in Minnesota is wanting to go up against the system, which is the big money of Heritage Foundation, if that's the enemy, how does this song not fit perfectly? I didn't get taken down, did I? Well, you're still commenting. You wouldn't be able to comment if I got taken down. Yeah, I forwent my 30 cents. You know, I'm usually anal retentive about playing copyright music. But I found out with the RNC it was just too difficult to stop the copyright music. So I'm just letting it go. I'm not getting any money from this stream on YouTube. I always said it was 14 cents. It's gone up to about 30 cents now. Between 25 and 30 cents every stream. So that's pretty cool. I am not getting it tonight. Prometheus, good evening. You got here just in time. It's the end. Perfect. Now, Tim Walz was really good. Hold on. I do usually have to go to C-SPAN, don't I? I gotta go into the other browser. With the convention, they didn't do the prayer or anything. What the hell? I don't think it was over with, C-SPAN. Didn't miss anything. Why didn't you buy a bass guitar? Everyone needs a bass guitar.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's benediction, offered by
Benediction, that's the word I was looking for.
Tahil Sharma.
Growing up on the block with Mamie Till, serving alongside
Brother, why you seem so mad?
Davis Gates, and walking past the childhood home of Senator Carol Mosley.
Eggs Benediction.
You know that women from the 6th Ward on the south side of Chicago have changed the world. On the eve of the first black woman receiving nomination for the President of the United States, God, we are ready.
Am I wrong? He seems angry.
Division is the tool of the insecure. Hatred is the misunderstanding of love. Help us to come together and paint a brighter future, the one that Shirley Chisholm dreamed of. Maya Angelou.
Angry Carlton over here.
Be peace tonight. Peace in Palestine. Peace for Palestinians. Peace for Israelis. When we come together, we win. When we serve
a benediction with conviction.
Tonight, by faith, we rise together. Tonight, by faith, we work together. Tonight, by faith, we get in.
Thank you for mentioning Palestine. So good on him.
But by faith, we will shout in victory tonight.
What about peace for DJ Dub? Pastor Carlton.
A Sikh and an Angelino coming from Tongva lands, I invite you to pray or reflect. In Sikhi, Waheguru is Nirbhau and Nirvaid, the one without fear and without hatred. If the divine possesses these qualities with making the universe, then we are responsible to achieve equity with those same values. I'm reminded that divisiveness is a choice because our dharam, our duty, is towards all of humanity and nature. We are working towards righting the wrongs of our past and preventing a future harm, paving a path for restoration we deserve. May justice and peace evolve from their status as empty words to become calls to action against the status quo of oppression. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
This is Reverend Tahil Sharma, the LA Episcopal Diocese Interfaith Minister. RFK endorsement is curtain for dip.
All right. For those of you that are left.
Wait a minute, Cory Booker, where's King Hippo?
Is there a motion to recess our convention? Oh, you guys are moving me. Is there a second? Okay, before I ask for the final vote, I don't have my phone. I can't do a selfie. Some people ask.
Get the fuck out of here, Cory.
All those in favor.
This is why nobody fucking likes you.
Aye. All those opposed, say nay. In the eyes of the chair.
Like 3 people yelled nay.
We are now officially recessed until 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Folks, it's closing time. I don't care where you go, but you can't stay here.
Shut up, Lester.
I love you.
God, Corey. No one loves you. That's why you act like that. No one loves you. Igloo, good evening. Fuck. Corey was the most cringe thing all night. It was absolutely painful. Did he fuck Rosario Dawson too? No fucking way.
Good evening from the United Center and from the conclusion of day 3 of the Democratic National.
How's he pulling that?
24. Once again, the Democrats.
That makes me hate him even more.
Governor Tim Walz' speech past the 11 o'clock hour in the East Coast. But certainly better for folks watching out west to be introduced to the governor. There are lots
I don't think it was anything having to do with Palestine.
Among the Democratic Party that you have a chance to react to. We're going to open up our phone line so you can do just that.
Is he handsome, Curiouser?
Democrats call us at 202-748-8920.
He's a big dumb goof.
202-748-8921. And all others, 202-748-8922. We're going to take your calls in just a minute, but Greta Bronner first down on the floor before it gets empty down there. We want to make sure we can talk to a few people who have experienced the...
I like Greta better than the woman that's taking calls.
That's right. Pastor Pamela Williams is with us, and she was sitting with the Pennsylvania.
Oh, Orb, there's 4 different numbers.
The Pennsylvania.
There's Democrats, Republicans.
You were able to.
There's like an undecided, and then you can text in.
Always being in the right place at the right time and making contributions that matter.
Sitting Cow, good evening.
You're going to be a significant part of this election and a part of this campaign. You're there to.
I have called into C-SPAN multiple times.
So I guess they valued me enough to place me where I could make sure I was.
I don't think I'm into it tonight.
What did you think about tonight's speeches? Who stood out to you?
Who stood out? Coach Walsh stood out. And
Cory Booker is creepy.
Stood out. The importance is we are challenging America all across this country to make sure that we make a concerted.
But I mean, compared to like any Republican, Cory Booker looks fucking normal.
16 people who were lost in the rolls in 20.
Gotta keep things in perspective.
And reinvent the whole process of registering people and getting them to the polls so that we can win this election.
Why is it, do you think, that Pastor Pamela Williams, that Coach Walz appeals to you and folks in Pennsylvania?
Greta, you and I both are very tired.
I wouldn't love to, but if I was stuck on the side of the road and to know that I had a man of his caliber who would stop with his flannel shirt to jack up my car and change my tire, that's meaningful to me because I'm part of the community. And Coach Walz just makes you feel like you know him. You can go sit in
Nathan, we haven't had a feed in a while.
That you're a part of something that's getting ready to be great. So
I'll check and see if they came back on.
To Coach Walz because he comes down to where I am.
Yeah, Unicorn Riot quit broadcasting. I checked Status Quo and they weren't on. The AP hasn't had anything.
Absolutely, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
AP's on the convention.
Hear from the Vice President.
I want to hear that she has faith in the process, and she has faith in the American people, and she has hope that in November she will become the next president of the United States of America.
What will you be doing to elect her?
I will be taking a bus across the state of Pennsylvania.
Let's hope that means that nothing's going on.
As I can, so they can vote.
Let's hope that everything was peaceful tonight then.
Pastor Pamela Williams, thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Unicorn Riot hasn't even updated, so I assume everything's somewhat peaceful.
Lots of enthusiasm for Coach Walz, as he's known by his former students and former football players.
They're hyped on the DNC, Venus.
Speaker,
I don't think they're trying to disrupt anything.
Former President
They're
Bill
fucking hype.
For Winfrey, and of course Tim Walz. Who did you really feel made some remarks that resonated with you? Who did you have a reaction to? Did it affect the way that you might
I will
vote
loot your ass.
as the November election?
I'll loot your ass.
You can call us, and the numbers will be on the screen. First up is Anna in Hewlett, New York.
Here we go.
Is a Democrat. You're on, Anna. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this was such an exciting convention.
Oh, they're chanting walls.
I'm sorry I missed Monday, but I will put it on YouTube. But the speeches were just amazing, and Kamala has my vote all the way, and I think she's going to do a lot for the people. She is for the people.
Thanks, Anna. Next up, a Republican from Spring Valley, New York. Karen, you're on C-SPAN. Welcome.
Aw,
Hi, thanks
of course, Venus.
C-SPAN because I am probably your only caller who does not have a TV by principle, and I actually call in with the phone line, and you're the only one who I can do that with. So thanks for that. I did want to make my comment. I wanted to say that so many of the speakers kept talking about Trump supporters being part of a cult. And I just felt like that was really insulting because as a thinking individual, I actually think through the two sides, and I came to the conclusion that Trump's policies, not his personality, because I think we can all agree personality is not, the most essential and the most eloquent.
Anonymous Gifter giving out gift subs.
Actually work. And I just find it insulting that they think people like me who actually think.
Fuck yeah!
Following
Anonymous Gifter, I love you.
Follow blindly. I think it through, and I think his policies work for America. So, they were preaching about unity all the time, but I don't feel very welcomed by them if they would win, because they.
Also, I noticed I have a follower named Anonymous.
Calling us part of a cult. I thought it was very demeaning. So that's just the point I
I'm pretty sure that you are gifting anonymously.
Thanks, Karen from Spring Valley, New York. Back to the floor with my colleague Greta Bronner.
I'm proud that I'm calling from a phone line.
Mix of this Minnesota delegation. They have not left the
DJ from the 6, you're our lurker love today.
Ken Martin, who is the vice
Enjoy your gift sub. And also, get your shout out.
party in Minnesota, known as the DFL for those who are outside of the state. What is going on here?
Also, since we're doing business,
for your governor.
there is something up on Patreon. I posted a video. It is probably going to debut on Friday for everyone else.
2 terms. It's just tremendous. As you can see behind us.
If you would like it early, it is on Patreon, or at least the early release version of it is.
The United States. It's truly historic. Of course, this comes on the heels of other great Minnesotans.
Media Winch did a rap song about me, and I made a music video to it.
President Tim Walz.
Tell us something about Governor Tim Walz that we have not learned yet.
Well, there's a lot, but the biggest thing is that he's authentic as he seems up there on stage.
Don't usually do much promotion.
And you know what? He's more.
But if you would like to sub to the Patreon, it's only $1.
Comfortable in a fishing boat than he is in the Capitol. That's Tim Walz. He's going to be a great vice president.
What are you going to do for this ticket over the next 76 days?
Well, we're going to do everything we can humanly possible to make sure that this ticket wins because it's still an existential election. This is about moving.
You can also sub on YouTube. It's up for members on YouTube.
It's about unity versus division. The stakes of this election have not changed. And as you can see in this crowd tonight, not just Minnesotans, but people from all around the country, they're fired up and they are ready for this election.
Tell us what the ground game is like in these battleground states.
Well, the ground game, we always had the advantage as it related to the ground game, right? And look, at the end of the day, we're going to just have to.
They're turning lights off on them.
We know that you win elections by doing the hard work, getting out and going door to door, neighbor to neighbor, person to person, talking to them about what we stand for. Most importantly, listen to them about their hopes and dreams for the future of this country. If we do that work these next 76 days, we will win. Kamala Harris will be our next president, and Tim Walz will be our next vice president.
Ken Martin, thank you for talking to C-SPAN.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Calls.
Those Minnesotans are having a ton of fun on the floor tonight, despite the late hour. We are appreciative that you're with us at this late hour as well. Phones are open for your comments on day 3 of the Democratic National Convention from Chicago. Next is Chuck in Orlando.
We'd love to have you here, Nathan.
Independent. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, thank you, C-SPAN. I'm enjoying the coverage, watching it on C-SPAN. I really enjoyed tonight seeing President Clinton. I thought he looked very good, and he gave a good speech. Also, tonight was exciting to actually learn about Tim Walz, or Governor Walz, and I thought he did an excellent speech, and it really cemented my vote to go for the Harris-Walz.
I've seen this redheaded woman multiple times tonight.
She's gonna win.
Is she somebody?
Have a good
Chuck,
night.
what
Steve,
about
man.
this?
Thank you.
Chuck, before you go, are you still there?
Sure, yes.
Clinton was yuck, but man, did he fire up the crowd.
Speech particularly resonated with
It started off flat.
You know what? He just hit the bullet points. There was no meandering around, no nothing. He just a plain middle class guy that understands the middle class. And as a governor, you know, that's a leadership position for the state, as you know, and he's put all that into action. He supports the middle class, and he comes from us, and I believe in him.
Thanks for your call. Next is Tracy watching us in San Francisco. She's a Democrat. You're on, Tracy.
Oh, thank you very much, C-SPAN. I really appreciate the coverage. You know, I was inspired by Pete Buttigieg's speech tonight.
What?
Just his description of his family and ordinary problems getting the kids to eat, and then also how it wouldn't have been possible for him, you know, years ago as the type of person that he was and how he grew.
As the type of person that he was.
And I just thought that was so hopeful. And, you know, I think it's a big tent. I didn't hear anything about a cult. I think that it has been welcoming over the duration of the convention, welcoming to all people, and I think they're making really good arguments. So I'm really hopeful that the ticket's going to win out.
Thanks, Tracy, for your call. A little earlier this evening, Greta Bronner caught up with Sheldon Whitehouse and Ed
It's
Markey
2023. What's a girl to do?
to talk to them about what they're hearing and at the convention and what their hopes and goals are for the future of the campaign.
I think we've got to be in a position to have a bit more of a fight with the fossil fuel industry and with its whole dark money funded apparatus that pretends that climate change isn't real or that fixing it's going to be too expensive. So it's more than polar bears, it's more than jobs, it's actually a huge corrupt scam, and I'd love to hear a signal of some awareness that there's more to this fight than just the emissions. There's the whole operation that supports the...
Yeah, White House isn't a bad guy.
What have you heard about a Harris-Walz administration if they were to win in November? What policies would they push on this issue?
I'm very excited about what the prospects are. I think the key things are methane enforcement. We already have good laws, but we've got to enforce them. And the continuation of the social cost of carbon, and a really positive response to the European carbon border tariff that we're going to have to pay if we don't have a reciprocal.
Once again, is MPOX going to break out?
Pretty good immediate things that they can do.
Kamala Harris will be the leader on ensuring that women have an access to...
Is it going to be a COVID super spreader event as well?
She's going to fight the climate crisis and ensure we make a transition that guarantees to the next generation that they will not have to worry about their future. She's the leader.
I don't know if the new strain is here.
With Donald Trump on that issue. So
I don't think it's made it to North America yet.
Ultimately, on every one of these issues, there is a stark difference, and I think that this whole week has done an excellent job.
I think it's spreading faster, isn't it?
And I think it's paying off with almost...
But we're in the early stages. Smash, good evening. They said they have changed the name to MPOX.
The first African-American.
To be more sensitive to something or other.
Kennedy in 1960, the first Catholic man to...
Markey's not a bad guy either.
After 175 years of Protestant men. So we're at a turning point in them.
I assume because it's associated with, because it's so associated with Africa.
Elected to the presidency is something to be fought for, and I think our energy level is much higher than the Republicans.
It does seem kind of weird to call Africans or associate Africans with monkeys.
The United Center in Chicago and head off to any one of the number of parties that are happening around the city of Chicago. Next up is Jacob from Brooklyn, New York. Jacob is a Republican. What's your comment, sir?
No, I haven't, DJ Dub. Put that in the Discord.
Hi, Jacob. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's a new variant that is apparently very viral.
Jacob, I'm sorry. We're having a bit of problem with the transmission on your call. I'm going to move on to Vincent in Englishtown, New Jersey.
Vinny.
Line for others. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm considered other as far as a candidate, but really it's in the sense that back when I was 18 years old, I was actually a Reagan type of a Democrat because I simply refused to vote a party line no matter the candidate. Now, Reagan felt that the party had left him, and I'm sort of feeling the same way. The Democrats seem to go to extremes on too many hot-button issues and practical issues, like healthcare prerogatives. And the Democrats seem to be seriously gaslighting on issues like abortion in a sinister way. Freedom of speech that is limited when not in line with the current democratic political fashion is not really free speech at all. You have to think about that for a minute. You know, the term misinformation that has been bandied around for so long.
You're saying whatever the fuck you want on national television.
Information was actually very much correct. So now, essentially, I've become a Trump Democrat at this point. And it's an unfortunate thing. I'm really glad.
No, you're just a dumbass.
Reverend Pastor Leah Doherty to give a very, very nice prayer speech, and that was long waited for. But I don't like Hollywood-type production-style politics that fails to address issues of relevance to all citizens and aspiring residents. It's kind of like a cosmetic therapeutic, and it's kind of inane. Trump is merely a necessary instrument to cantilever our political.
I don't like the Hollywood celebrity anything, but I like Trump.
Governing body, because the bureaucracy basically is run amok. Now, when the party of Democrats at its highest levels of leadership misspeak repeatedly and are caught cheating at many levels and continually repeat falsehoods over and again to their own voting base, it's a serious character and party flaw that screams, "We do not respect your intelligence, and just allow us, because we are smarter than you, to do as we would." It seems to be fraudulently a fraud type of thing. It's unfortunate that it chases a lot of Democrats away from the party. I'm kind of like a Jim Webb Democrat. I would have went for him, but the party doesn't invite us back in any serious way. It's kind of dictatorial, and that's the sad part of what's been going on over these last 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent, in Englishtown, New Jersey. If you would like to watch any of the individual speeches tonight, the good folks who work at our website have cataloged each one of them by name. You can search.
We called in the other, didn't he?
.org. Have them not only for the 3 nights of the Democrat.
Yeah, it sounded like he was pretty solid in the Trump camp.
Speaker by speaker, easy to search. Back to the floor with Greta Bronner.
We are here with Alex Gangitano, who is a reporter with the Hill newspaper. And Alex,
I would much rather have calls.
The spotlight tonight.
That's right. It's been several minutes since the convention of Wednesday night closed, and they are here. They're chanting Minnesota. They're chanting Walls. They're chanting something Go Tim. I also think the Minnesota fight song was sung at one point. So these folks look like they're not going home anytime soon. They're very excited for Governor being.
And C-SPAN's like, please let us get the fuck out of here.
And what is the strategy of picking Governor Tim Walz and having him speak tonight? Who was he trying to appeal to outside of these supporters in this convention hall?
Yeah, I think he wanted to show that he's not, the typical politician. He jokes that he isn't reading off a teleprompter all the time, and that he's a coach and a teacher really at his core. And I think that's who he was trying to speak to, is people that aren't, as maybe engaged in politics or could see themselves as somebody who's, a Midwestern teacher or family man, not, a D.C. lifelong politician. He did serve in Congress for 12 years, of course, and now is the governor of Minnesota, but he talks so much about his roots as a coach and as a teacher, and I think that's what he's trying to make Americans take back. He also mentioned, talk to your undecided voter friends about, Kamala Harris and what she could bring to your life in terms of what healthcare policy is and the economy. He's trying to appeal to those independent voters.
I try to get you an update of the protest before we get out of here.
Is gonna,
see if there's any arrest, any violence.
It'll come down to these 7 battleground states that the pollsters and the analysts keep talking about. So what is the governor's appeal for those voters?
Right, he's from Minnesota. This is not a swing state, but it, of course, neighbors swing states. And I think part of her decision with him is to just have him bring his Midwestern charm and hope that that helps in places like Wisconsin, like Pennsylvania, like Ohio, Michigan, that she needs to win this election, and have him be able to talk to voters on their level. Of course, she's a Democrat from California, so talk to the voters that maybe don't, see themselves in Vice President Harris. But his policies, of course, in Minnesota as governor have been considered more progressive than his.
Despite some clashes at Green Line stations, police say protests at day 3 of DNC go smoothly.
Rural Americans, he actually fought some of the climate agenda of the Obama administration. I think we're going to see him.
The crowd for the protest was large and mostly peaceful.
That's ways that he could, get folks that aren't, the coastal California New Yorkers.
And let's look forward to tomorrow night.
Calling it a massive group.
Harris officially accepts the nomination as the nominee for this Democratic Party. What have you?
Organizers wanted a peaceful protest.
Audience.
They had marshals who kind of policed the crowd themselves.
Yeah,
so when they saw anyone getting out of line, their marshals got people back in line. This is according to the police.
That she grew up in a middle-class family with a working mother. Also that, she was a prosecutor, of course.
So they made a few arrests at
she's a prosecutor.
The green stop line. Apparently some people jumped
former President
up on the
talk a lot about that.
Train trestles.
But also that what her vision is for the future. I think people want to hear if it would be 4 more years of basically.
Multiple social media reports indicated that a crowd of people banged on windows and yelled, "Let her go," after police arrested or detained the woman.
Harris rally, I think, want to hear things like that about what her economic agenda is and what they can do.
Man climbed up on the train structure, waving a Palestinian flag.
Thank you.
Susan, back to you.
And thank you, Greta. Well, the Minnesotans' enthusiasm and their stamina is certainly impressive.
56 people were arrested last night, including several journalists.
Of the United Center. C-SPAN has been covering conventions in their entirety since 1984. And I wanted to give you a little statistic about the vice presidential nominee speech tonight. It clocked in at 15 minutes and 27 seconds, making it the shortest speech by a vice presidential nominee.
Venus, I really think they're just hyped on the liber shit.
By about 3
They're just, they're like the people after a football game at a high school.
Gregory is in Spokane and is a Democrat there. What did you think of the convention?
I don't think there's anything nefarious going on. It is kind of creepy.
Your view of this ticket?
Oh, I absolutely love it. This thing is going great. We're fighting it. We're fighting, as best as we can. We're fighting against the abortion laws. It's awesome. I absolutely love it. I can't stand that Donald Trump's out there spreading fake news. We're out here trying to make things better. And just like the Build Back Better law, we're fighting. We're fighting good. And I absolutely love what Kamala Harris and Tim's doing. They're doing the best job they can, and they're fighting for who? The American people. I fucking love it. It's awesome.
I fucking love it.
Next is a call from Melinda. Melinda's a Republican. What are you thinking about all this here this week?
I think this is amazing. I think that the unity that this is bringing between the Democrats, Republicans, liberals, others, it's really amazing, and it brings such a good light of hope back into the country.
The Republican line.
This is a really good thing, and the unity that's bringing is amazing.
Are you in fact a Republican voter, Melinda?
Yeah. I think this is really good.
So this is resonating with you. Okay.
It is, yes.
Great. Well, thanks for calling in. Yeah.
Huh.
Next is an independent in Salisbury, Maryland, by the name of Merritt. Merritt, you're on C-SPAN. Welcome.
Hi, Susan. Thanks for taking my call. I just
kind of echo what Melinda said. What I really liked tonight was Stevie Wonder, his performance, of course, but his remarks before that. I thought, in my mind, kind of echoed what President Obama was saying last night, reminding us who we are, what we have in common.
All of the critiques you guys have leveled, completely valid.
The choice.
But this shit works. People are hyped up on this shit.
The different candidates, their record, their work, their life history, who benefits from the work they've done. I mean, we can disagree about specifics and so forth, but I think if you just look at the candidates' records,
they got Larry and Melissa.
Serving, that should make the choice, I think, a little bit easier. At least that's my 2 cents.
Drugs are good.
Thank you so much, Merritt. We received a text from Gabby in Phoenix who wrote, "The energy is unlike anything I've felt before, even for President Obama. Waltz is a master communicator."
Seriously, I feel like something different's going on here.
And ideas, and less about Trump, though. Back to calls. Vicky in Houston, a Democrat. You're on.
Oh, hi. First, thank you, C-SPAN, for presenting this without prevarication.
Walls did an amazing job. If you're not hyped after hearing his speech.
You were asking. Pete Buttigieg's speech resonated with me because, there was a time when his family couldn't have existed. Coach Walls, I have been impressed with him throughout this, even before he spoke tonight, because the people that he left behind, the folks who knew him before we did, are with him now. And I'm still looking at your coverage, and these guys are still there. And these are his students. I just think it shows you the kind of person he is. And I think she made a really good choice with him.
It's okay to huff a little hopium.
If I can, there was this earlier lady that called. She was a Republican, and the only thing she got from tonight was that she thought people were saying people who supported Trump was cultish.
They are.
With all that positivity and all that enlightenment and happiness and all that was, I feel bad that was the only thing that resonated with her. And
that's because she's in a cult.
I don't know how we get past that.
You can't because she's in a cult.
Thanks, Vicky from Houston. Excuse me. Next call.
And she got very upset.
Gaithersburg, Maryland. Michael, a Republican. You are on C-SPAN. Welcome to the conversation tonight.
In a cult.
In this convention. I watched both conventions. I've watched all the hearings, and I think it's a one-sided justice system, and I think that they were saying plenty of lies, and I don't like all Republicans.
This is Madison Star Moon.
And I vote by the person, not just the party. But I'm a MAGA person because I want to see America great. And when Wall is a communist, and I don't want to become a communist country, and I have plenty of friends, and I didn't see one thing by anybody of my faith supporting Israel. All the people are protesting for Palestine. They're all out there for Palestine, and I don't want anybody to die on any side of any thing. But they're taught from the day...
Did you not see the rabbi and the multiple Jewish speakers?
To hate Jews. And what I don't understand is why we're giving money to people who hate America, and we had a secure border under Trump. And yes, do I like everything he says? No, not the way he says it, but the economy was 100% better under Trump. And I'm not looking for socialism. And so far, the only thing we've heard out of Kamala Harris, who has been in office for 4 years, and she was claiming how proud she was that she broke the tie. Trump didn't need a bill in Congress in order to secure the border. He did it because he wanted to spare Americans. And Trump is for the Republican Party is for immigration, but come through.
Really letting them go tonight, aren't you?
Immigration. My family had to do that. Other people's family had to do that, and I am not against immigration. I think it's great because without that, I lost plenty of people in the Holocaust, and I want immigration, but I want people to come legally.
Caller, I'm going to jump in right there. We've got a lot of issues you put on the table for us. Thanks for your call from Gaithersburg, Maryland. This city, in addition to the formal sessions on the convention floor, you imagine there's a lot of other things going on. There are members of Congress who come speak to state delegations. Lobbyists are here in full force, lots of reporters, and there's a lot of social life going on. Many of the people leaving here go to parties all over the city after the convention is done for the
lobbyists.
Evening. We went along with one of those. This is the one hosted by the Maryland Democratic Party. You can see it. It's Harry Carey's Tavern, and it was headlined by Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Who did I tell to commit Harry Carey last night?
We're going to celebrate the extraordinary new spirit that has overtaken the United States of America ever since Kamala Harris became our nominee for president.
How much you guys love me. Try to be a man of the people and give the people what they want. Within like the last hour or two, here's a car chase in LA.
Out of the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, Desmond Shaw live in SkyCal over the pursuit of a suspected drunk driver. Desmond, this person is going really fast.
Yeah, they really are here, Susie and Chauncey, and that was not the case earlier in the pursuit. We had heard speeds of 50 or so miles an hour, but now almost double that here, almost up to
suspected drunk driver.
I believe it's a 3 Series sedan. These can definitely be capable cars, even in their base model configuration. So this was initially a DUI, but
the animal video comes next.
When this got into the West Valley off the 118 right around DeSoto,
lucky for me,
we had heard
not very often, Orb.
The helicopter saw them throw something out the window, and LAPD has reason to believe.
Well, we had somebody
out the window, so
toss a dog out the window in a chase the other day.
On the traffic, most likely they did. But it went into Ventura County briefly over into Simi Valley to the easternmost exit there, Cooner, and then came back through the Santa Susana Pass, and now we're on the 118. So we've been on the freeway pretty much the entire time. LAPD had backed off into tracking mode, but after they threw that alleged gun out the window, it sounded like the watch commander wanted.
They threw a gun out the window.
It is an active pursuit now as we are making our way towards the Eastern Valley, eastbound 118, headed towards the 5. Chauncey, Susie, Mike.
I want to bring Mike Rogers from the desk into this conversation. Mike, the fact that this person has a gun, I mean, that's, going up. I mean, the security level for law enforcement officials, that's going up significantly from the get-go of this chase.
Right, and when that happened, we learned that there was more than one person in the car because the LAPD officer said it was a passenger that opened the door and may have tossed that out. Now, had units that were trying to locate it, go back and try to figure out where it was, if they could figure it out and find it. The other thing that we're kind of gleaning from this, this is the original one is DUI, right? LAPD almost never chases DUI drivers, right? So there is something else going on here, we believe. Of course, you have the alleged gun that was thrown out. The other indication here is that we have George units that are in this pursuit, which are the gang units. That is the division's gang enforcement division that is involved in this. So it is very possible that these officers know who these people are. The alleged reckless driving or DUI driving was the reason for the initial stop. But potentially, once they get their hands on these guys, there could be more than that in play here, which is why we haven't seen them give up the pursuit at these high speeds and why they are still involved in this and why they also didn't give it to CHP. And I'm listening to them now. They're going to re-engage. They were in a bit of a tracking mode back and forth, although the night sun never went away. But they just gave the order to go ahead and fully re-engage back into this pursuit.
Mike, how many people are in this car, allegedly?
Well, obviously there's a driver. We've heard of one passenger, so at least 2. But as we always talk about, of course, they've got dark windows, so it's a little bit hard to see in there. But we only know that there's at least an additional person because the back door opened, and that's when the alleged gun came out. So
they threw a dildo at your head.
Person in there, and you see that patrol unit there from LAPD that is now right on their tail as they've kind of
I'm getting really tired.
Talk about,
this is the third night in a row of
law enforcement officials definitely are concerned about tonight. We have someone who is not only
almost 7 or 7+ hours, and Justin is
they threw that out or not, or possibly have another
sleepy, hungry.
And then also
slurring his words.
This person was originally wanted for being intoxicated.
I sniff everything. Oh my God.
These are dangerous characteristics
for sure
for a suspect.
This chase isn't very long.
Just had a shot inside the front windshield, and it looked like I could see. And Des, correct me if I'm wrong. It looked like I could see a.
You get your chase, you get a animal video, of course.
If I remember correctly, hearing it on the radio, it was a rear passenger that opened the door and tossed the gun. So we're at a point where we're talking about a driver, a potential front passenger, and a potential rear passenger. Des, did you see a front passenger there?
Yeah, definitely did. Definitely took that opportunity to look through the window there to see if we.
This dude sent Sparkles a song one time that he wrote for her.
Two people.
It was like, I'm gonna sniff your fucking butt.
Make a southbound turn here onto San Fernando Road, paralleling the Metro Link.
I played it on the show one afternoon.
All right, so just listening to some radio traffic here, they are asking those.
And he got pissed off about it.
To kind of tighten up. They are talking about even post-pursuit tactics here where.
He might have just sent him a message of her farting back.
Whatever the deal is with these guys,
I wouldn't put it past her.
Probably going to end up being more than just a DUI driver, just somebody that was under the influence. And again, we usually don't see LAPD chase drivers that are only wanted for something such as DUI. And Des, we're coming up into Surface Streets, just looks like near Whiteman Airport now, right?
That's right. We are on the north end of Whiteman Airport.
They're using their turn signal.
Paula Avenue, making a northbound.
That was nice of them.
And, here is a housing project right here where we have seen several other pursuits in the past terminate. So let's see. There has been more than one pursuit where they've come into this area and then gotten out and run. And it's taken authorities a long time to find them. So let's see if that was the strategy here.
They're going to go in here and run?
Like you said, Mike, the LAPD, they have tightened it up. They are right there. They don't want to give too much distance. We've seen so many times when these suspects, especially if they're quick, they only need 10 or 15 seconds to potentially get away. And indeed, we are
a parking lot
into this housing project here on the north end of Whiteman Airport. And so we'll see if they're going to bail from the car right here, or what the strategy is if they're going.
What in the fuck?
They're probably not going to get very far as the suspect gets ready to go right underneath us here. But pretty slow speeds. You saw a couple of moves there trying to go on the wrong side of the road to evade the authorities. And here we go. Doors are open, and we've got one, two, three people running.
Okay, let's stick with the car.
Three people
the car's
running.
Still going.
And we're going to stick with. Yeah, so we had 4 people in the car. Maybe there's even another, but at least 4 in the vehicle there. The driver let passengers, and they are continuing now in this BMW around Lehigh Street, around the perimeter of the housing project. So we'll see if we'll just have to listen to the radio traffic if LAPD had enough units there that were ready to get out and chase down the other people that were in that vehicle.
Yeah,
how many? 3?
9 o'clock hour.
On the run?
Gio and Signaris here at the anchor desk with us. Guys, in and out of these projects, we have 3 passengers. We'll see if the driver's going to jump out here.
This is very interesting. Mike and, of course, Des upstairs. This is while that CHP, right?
What?
Boxing this car in. Looks like, Des, I'm going to let you take it over from here. We just wanted to acknowledge that this is KCAL News at 9 o'clock. Oh, he's out.
Yeah, and all of a sudden just parking the vehicle inside the lines and giving up. And hands are out and getting down on the pavement.
Damn good parking job.
After dropping off those passengers. So most likely the last person left in the car. And, this is interesting because...
Skits, good evening. Skitzo.
One of the passengers that allegedly, threw a gun out the window. So
glad to have you here, my friend.
Interesting here. Maybe 2 things intersected with some potential DUI driving, but maybe there was someone else in the car that had something else going on. So this was kind of a weird pursuit, but, it seemed like after they were dropped off the passengers, this driver was all too willing to get out and comply. Usually it's the other way around. It's usually the passengers that comply and the driver that gets out and runs. So kind of a reverse situation here on North Avenue and Pierce Street in Pacoima. LAPD clearing the vehicle. We're going to have the driver giving up here, but now the question is if LAPD got those other people that were in the vehicle.
Yeah, I wonder, I guess that was a good move.
Desmond, and I believe we are going to go on to our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. And of course, that's, they're not.
No, thank you. We just did that. Been there, done that already. One more night to go. How would everyone like to help? How would everyone like to help Bert celebrate his birthday?
Thank you for riding with Mo Mountain Mutts.
Puppy bus.
We got a birthday in the house. We got a fresh new bucket of beef liver.
Beef liver.
Birthday, buddy. I found the biggest piece of beef liver in the bucket.
Give him another one.
Dishu.
But it's his birthday. He gets two.
Back here, Lena. Whiskey. Slade. Tater.
Tater.
Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Amaru.
Jake and Amaru are like OG puppy bus.
Daisy. Yeah, hat. Bert's wearing a hat.
Bert's wearing a hat indeed.
Echo. Carl. Louie. Badger.
Dogs hate liver?
Take
they
it
sure,
away, Naku.
they sure seem to be enjoying it.
Bus driver.
He's our bus driver.
You are sitting in the emergency exit. Are you willing and capable of offloading the pups in a remote chance of an emergency? Thank you for your service. Please stay in your seats. Keep your paws to yourself.
I love that hat.
Tails out of the aisles. Stow your leashes under your seats. And thank you for riding with my mountain mutts. Happy birthday, Bert.
Happy birthday, good boy.
Or riding with Mo Mountain.
So apparently her name is Mo. That's where the name comes from.
In the house. We got a fresh new bucket of beef liver. Happy 4th birthday, buddy. I found the biggest piece of beef liver in the bucket.
Liver is weird to me. Like, the texture is weird.
Back here, Lena. Whiskey. Slade. Tater. Jake.
If you are watching on Twitch,
Amaru.
you are heading over to Echoplex Media. It is the intellectual dollar tree. Really, I'm getting tired. I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, hat.
It is the intellectual Dollar Tree. Oh, should I send you over to the media winch? I'm sorry.
Carl. Louie.
Playing Magic.
Badger. Take us away, Naku. Got the new bus driver. We got a fresh new bucket of
cancel the raid.
Happy 4th birthday, buddy. I found the biggest piece of beef liver in the bucket. Dishu. Back here, Lena. Whiskey.
What in the fuck? Why can't...
Slade.
They changed the way, like, they've changed, like, everything about Twitch here lately. But they've changed the way, like, it's not even a list of, like, the people I follow anymore. I have to actually go in and search. Oh, it's the Media Winch, that's why.
Daisy.
If you are watching on Twitch, we are heading over to the Media Winch.
Murray.
We're going to be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Might come on a little bit early. Catch some C-SPAN calls. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol live.
Take us away, Naku. Got the new bus driver.